What is up, Blood fam? Ready back today for the national championship game tonight as my beloved Indiana Hoosiers are going to take on the Miami Hurricanes here in about 30 minutes from now. We're going to embark on a national championship. It's uncharted territory for the Indiana football team, which has never been in this position. I've been just crazy afraid to put this out there and come in here constantly on this because I didn't want to feel the jinx, right? No way, no shape, no form. And here we are tonight playing against Miami, whom prior to the drawing, I thought if they got in, they would be very dangerous because Carson Beck, even is a two-time national champion at Georgia, passed on the NFL to take some NIL money and go down there and be part of this team in Miami who put up a ton of money. And they put up a ton of money in NIL, tried to develop a super team, and they squeaked in. Kept Notre Dame out. So here we are. Here we sit today as a team of elder statesmen, Indiana, but a bunch of no-name, low recruits, 2-3 stars. We sit here tonight getting ready to battle it out, and let's see if the road that Kurt Signetti has paved for them holds true in the national championship game. It's been a pretty uneventful tournament thus far. Alabama had nothing, no answers, and Oregon had the ability to score a little bit, but no answers. And what's up, Adam? How are you doing, my brother? Good to see you. Thank you for your Duke Blue Devils winning the ACC this year. Congrats on that for sure. You made Miami almost miss out. So you almost skunked your whole conference, but congratulations for that. We're going to sit here tonight and go through here and chill. Hopefully it works out okay for everybody. Anybody that's a fan of good stories, with this year's Indiana story will be one of those. And we will see how that progresses on into the future. I feel pretty confident we got a great opportunity to win tonight, but I do think Carson Beck is formidable. He might be, he's got the experience. He hasn't shown this year that he can play up to that level sometimes, but big occasions a guy shows up, and it doesn't get any bigger than this. The game was supposed to start at 7:30, and I guess that's just a misconception so that they can try to drag you out a little bit longer. We look like for about a 7:50 start, maybe 20 minutes after that. Yeah, something like that. Anybody else in the chat? Just want to say hello to those that stopped by early. Grange Saves was in super early, said first. And then Lindsay was in here second. My Bengals fan, how you doing, my dear? Adam was third. And there is the man, Puppet Master himself, was in here as well. Looking to do some NFL next week, Puppet. I'll hit you up. And JP, 8.5-point favorite. We will see which team shows up to play. I tell you what, I watch all the local stuff that comes out about their practices and stuff like that. And that coach is very much into routine. He's into getting these guys ready to play. And I think he would get them ready to play even if they were going to go play a high school football team or go play tiddlywinks. I think he would get them that fired up. Culture and coaching, it shows that it means a lot, especially when you're talking 18 to, say, 22, 23-year-olds, right? I mean, you got, say, and I don't know what the typical college roster is, but let's just say 80 to 100 kids, because you see that they have tremendous, they have sidelines that are full. And to be out there and to have a program that gets everybody on the same page, especially when you're talking about guys that think that they should be, some guys think that there should be starting. Some guys feel like they're being overlooked and they try to show themselves. To get everybody to buy into the same thing is almost cultish, right? You feel like it's one of those means to mind manipulate. Let's all drink the Kool-Aid and die together, that kind of thing. So it takes a special type of person to get all these kids to buy in, especially in a day of greed. for NIL and trying to get the best deal. So kudos to Coach Signetti with these JMU kids and all the transfers that came in this year. And Fernando Mendoza has been an absolute stud, and I can't wait for tonight. Tampered and convinced Darian Mensah to leave Duke. Oh man, yeah. I'm this the atmosphere in college sports, this NIL deal, and now the point shaving crap and the cheating. It just blows me away that it can be like that. I why can't this world just have anything stay pure? College athletics used to be an amateur sport. You're playing to try to be a pro. You get in there, you work your butt off, and you saw the poor kids that would work really hard to be an athlete, and they would find their way through and get that big time deal in the NFL, MLB, NBA, and it would work out. Now it's just before long they're going to be paying, and they probably already are paying high school kids in some facets. So that's definitely the money side of this makes it ugly. Super stoked for everybody on this Indiana roster. There's a lot of really good players. I don't know how many NFL superstars are on this team, but that Mendoza is going to get drafted high. um, I love Aiden Fisher and a linebacker. The whole linebacking crew I adore. D'Angelo Pons, cornerback, is pretty tight. He looks like he's a decent draft pick. And then Surratt, Cooper, and Becker, all three of them might go. And Nowakowski at tight end is one of those guys too that could find his way onto a roster in the NFL. I don't know that he has the size of a typical tight end, but he's going to be there as well. And Pat Coogan at center, most definitely going to be a drafty. That offensive line is much improved this year, and he leads that line. So keep him in mind. He's the Notre Dame transfer from last year. Pat Coogan will probably be in the NFL. And Kamara on that defensive line. That whole defensive line has an opportunity. So it's really going to be, they all seem to play really well together. And hopefully a few of them make some NFL rosters. What is up, Miss Angie? How are you, my dear? You doing okay? Thank you for stopping in. Definitely smash it tonight. We're going to be here for a few hours because I'm not doing Monday Digs today. I'm in here for my Hoosiers and getting ready for that to fly here and shortly in about 20 minutes or so. Wow. Desmond Howard went with the U already. They're picking across the board right now, and Des went with the U. I don't care who they guys pick. Let's listen to Nick. Let's see what Nick Saban says here, because talking about the guru of college football, he's gonna pick. He's gonna get it. He's gonna get my Hoosiers picked in there. We got to have 3 out of 4 here. Come on, let's go. Everybody pick them Hoosiers. Let's go. Oh, but he's wearing the U too. Oh, come on. Let it go. Let it ride. Make my Hoosiers dogs. Make my Hoosiers underdogs. Everybody in here going. Marcus, the coach of Notre Dame, knows how to, last team to beat the Hoosiers last year in the college football playoff. Watch, go ahead, bro. Pick the U. Go ahead, pick the U. Who's he going to pick? I can't hear him. So who's he going to pick? Come on, put that hat on, brother. Go ahead, pick him. We know McAfee's going to pick the Hoosiers. He's next. We know McAfee's going to pick him. Oh, my God. Marcus goes with the U as well. Going for Boughton players. Oh, I did not expect everybody to go in here and pick against the Hoosiers today. McAfee's not going to let me down. He is an Indiana guy. He will not let me down here. I know he's talking smack right now, and he's got everybody smiling, but he is going to pick the right way. Hold on a second. What's it going to be? I got to see what he's going to go here. I think it's hilarious, just trying to stir up drama. In my mind, this game is going to be a little lopsided. Hopefully, definitely hoping for a lopsided game. Yeah, that's right. Hoosiers by 20. I'll take that all day long. Gonna bleed it because you know what? And the deal is that you know how tough it is. We may never see this game again because you know how tough it is to win in this atmosphere. Somebody offers Signetti a bunch of money to go to the NFL. I know he said he's not going to do it, but money talks. They're paying NFL coaches upwards of $20 million, and McAfee sticks with the Hoosiers and picks them out. I'm going to tell you, top to bottom, the best roster that I've seen in a long time as far as playing together. They may not be the most talented group, but they do play together. Pick them Hoosiers, Pat, and ride that thing home. It is easier to see a unicorn. It's easier to see a unicorn than it is to see Alex. I don't know, man. If you guys want to blow her phone up right now, she should be coming to life. You can blow her phone up, blow her Discord up, do whatever you got to do. See if you can fire her up to get in here. Get her fired up. But it's easier to see a unicorn than it is to see Alex. I love that statement. I'll save that for later. Picking against a team who has yet to lose a game is crazy. It's tough, right? I mean, like if you pick sometimes this is just history, right? It's a history lesson. They're expecting choke. They're expecting the wheel to fall off sooner or later. That's how it goes in this game. This Miami team is probably the only team that I thought that had it because I think Carson Beck is an NFL quarterback. Let's go. What do we got next? Yeah, rumors for NFL big money for Signetti. Yeah, I think there's some love in here for the way that he coaches. And I think there was probably going to end up being a couple teams that try to make a play. He said he's not interested. Let's see how this game goes and see what happens next. But just signed that extension over 90-some million more dollars, making $9 million a year. His coordinators got paid. I think he's going to stick it out. Hopefully he doesn't leave, and hopefully he can back this up next year. Yo, what up, Miss Angie? How are you doing, my dear? Let's go. Hoosiers, let's go. We're going to win tonight. We got to win. Got to have something to fire up Hoosier Nation again, get us back, because it has been a long drought for us in one of these Power 2 sports. We've never had it in football. And our basketball team, right now we're like a mid-major all-star team. It's going to be really hard to compete in this Big Ten. If you're losing at home, you're getting blown out at home by Iowa, you know it's going to be a tough season. So, yeah, my timing worked out really nice today, and that's kind of how it's been lately. So, we're gonna be around for this tonight, and hopefully one more football game. I miss having Alex in here with me. I am not gonna lie. It is hard to continue on. I think I'm going to basically jam out to some baseball this year. We're going to finish the college basketball season up. And because I've tried to be positive on the Hoosier basketball team, but there's a lot of things to dissect there. And it's just inconsistency because some of these guys are uber talented, but I don't think they have quite figured out how to play high major basketball. But Angie, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. It means a lot to see you. I'm waiting for the rest of my Hoosier faithful to kind of start trickling in tonight. You know, I love having it is so much fun when Alex and I can work together. And so speak of the devil, there it is right there. There it is. Beat her up. Beat her with a stick. There she is. She does exist. No, there's a unicorn in chat. So I'm in a 2-inch square because I'm streaming both vertical and horizontal so that I can it matches up better for the phone on the vertical. The horizontal, you still get to see the score, and I don't have to mess with it. But yeah. Adam, I'm proud of you, dude. Thank you for grabbing her and bringing her in. Everybody praise her and let her know she is missed, because that's what it's all about. Let's see. Yeah, it's like asking, you shall receive. Never happens. Usually when I ask, I'm left with crickets. What do you call a beautiful girl visiting the Hoosiers in Indiana? A visitor. And they're closing in on taking the field. Signetti, that's who they're showing on the TV right now. All the announcers on ESPN, 3 out of 4 go. 3 out of 4 go with the Hurricanes tonight. And only Pat McAfee had the balls to pick the Hoosiers today. That you would have figured it would have been the other way around, but I like it. I want to embrace this underdog role for one more game. Let's get it to 16-0. Fernando Mendoza, they just showed the Heisman ceremony, and then stupid Diego Pavia stepped on his own dick. Basically, after that was over, it showed lack of character. So that makes me wonder about how good a prospect he is. Listen, I cannot help. I am going to. It's tough, but let's just talk a little bit about the. What the heck? I don't know what that was, but it came on like thunder there. Uh, yeah, you know what? I got to save it every once in a while. It is a PG channel. I try to keep it there, but Diego Pavia showed some real lack of character and made some stupid statements and just kind of stepped on his own for the for what NFL scouts and teams look for. And that's the thing, is that NFL teams don't necessarily always draft talent. Usually drafting just talent gets you guys like you get Jamarcus Russell, guys like that, that don't pan out in the NFL because Johnny Manziel, let's call it what it was. I don't know why my phone is completely losing it today. I got to turn it off. But yeah, that's how you end up. I'm so impressed with Signetti's culture, and I'm so impressed with the way that they approach these games, and it's one play at a time. The Raiders don't know how to draft talent, so let's be real. He might not be a Raider. Yeah, I mean, been talking to Poncho lately a lot, and I think it's going to boil down to who coaches the Raiders, right? I really feel that way. I feel like it's going to be who coaches it. Taco Bell advice: the new burrito dippers are pretty freaking sick. They got a high school girl singing the national anthem tonight. She looks ready to rock. And the FMU ambassador Corell. I don't know. I want to listen a little bit tonight. I want to be able to hear some. I like the steak burrito dippers, whatever those are. Those are pretty awesome. What up? Let's go. Let's go, Indiana. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Woo. Good to see you. Ficus and toast. I disagree, Kay. Can we just say that Indiana has never had a coach like Coach Signetti? And I would say that he's remarkably similar to Coach Bob Knight. Different sport, but a very similar drive and mentality. Alex, enjoy your work schedule tonight. Check in if you can. Thank you for stopping by. Everybody misses you and everybody loves you. Not necessarily me, but you. Can you go turn your dryer on for me? Yeah, 30 seconds. I'll turn the dryer on. Oh, dryer is on. Let's go. Much love for Miss Alex. We will find a way to get her back in full swing at some point. I promise. That is the goal. Until then, you can just deal with me. Miss Angie, much love to you as well. We're going to have a good time tonight. Everybody that is a fan, just soak it up. It's not every day that these come around. And as good as these 2 seasons have been, they may not be this good again. So you got to enjoy it. Yeah, you're dealing with me, okay? That's fair, bro. It's tough. It's tough for somebody of my age to try to keep the attention of people that are younger sometimes. Bo, did you see the lines? I don't know if any of y'all saw Twitter today or X, whatever the F you want to call it, but did you see the lines outside the bars in Bloomington to try to get a seat tonight? They camped out. There was kids out in the freezing cold waiting for a spot in the bars because that's where they wanted to watch the game tonight. It was crazy. My sister is at the game. She's an IU alum. If I wasn't stupid, I would be too. But I did not have the capabilities to maintain going to college when I was young. So, but that's where I was, and I failed. Yeah, it was rough. They were all lined up out there. Lined up. And I know when I got to work this morning, and I'm a little further south, so when I got to work this morning, it was 21, 20 degrees, something like that. But it is a pleasure and a privilege to be here today. And you know what? If any of them Hurricane fans want to step it up tonight and come into chat and say, hey, please do so, because it's your night too. Nothing but respect and praise for what they did to get here. They did the dirty work to get here. Beating Ohio State is an accomplishment, and therefore that is a good football team as well. And we know how these games can go. So got to have your fingers crossed that your team's going to get it to the finish line. I know that both teams are super deserving and have earned their way here, taking different paths. But yeah, it's one of those games, and it's going to be one of those nights. It's going to take a little bit of luck I think it's going to take a little bit of luck. You got to get a little momentum on your side, and you got to execute. And I feel like we got it on the execution side, the preparation side. But you know what? You can't never say what luck is. Miami has been awesome. You know, just getting to hear what Texas A&M, Ohio State. I mean, bro, that's a road. Anybody to beat the Buckeyes. The Buckeyes were like were like the one that I didn't think we could beat, and we did a really nice job against them this year. Didn't make no mistakes. Didn't make too many mistakes or nothing that really hurt. But it's just one mess up at the wrong time and momentum goes a different direction. And when you're talking about kids that are between the ages of 17 and say 23, that momentum is huge. Keeping their mind in the game is huge, and big swings and emotion sometimes take a little while to rebound from. So if you make mistakes, it can cost you in the long run, and it's only one game. It's not like you can play badly today and come back next week and try again. Miami had the toughest time against Chambliss. Yeah. So, dude, that guy is ultra athletic, and I think he's going to be an interesting pro. if he can tighten up a few aspects of his game. But yeah, that I think that's probably where we're looking at tonight because Mendoza is not super athletic, but he runs like a baby giraffe and he looks funny doing it, but he's got some pretty good speed and good escapability out of the pocket. The O-line's been pretty dang good, and so that's where I think the battle's won in the trenches tonight. Indiana has to be able to continue to run the football. When they lost last year to Notre Dame, the running backs couldn't get going, and it made it a little tougher for like Curtis Rourke. Mind you, he was playing on a torn ACL last year, the whole season. So, but it was a little bit different team and a little bit different deal. But they got to run the ball first. Mendoza is the best when he has options, and he's super efficient and doesn't make a lot of mistakes. But if they can't run the ball and he has to rely on his arm, we're going to see a different type of game tonight. So I think Miami's going to try to pound it in and stop the run and make him beat them through the air and see if they can get him to make a couple mistakes early. I think that's the way Miami has to win the game. That's how they have to approach it. They have to approach it with, early momentum, generate a turnover, get a stop. And both of these teams' defenses have played okay. Indiana's played really well on defense, but Chambliss gave them a ton of fits last week. And we should be almost ready to rock and roll here. Looks like teams are getting ready to come onto the field. Hurricanes are an experienced team. They got a great coach. And I should never start these things super early like this. I should get them right up at the beginning so that we get it right. But I wanted to sit and BS with everybody tonight. Everybody, put your scores in the chat tonight. Where do you think we're going to end up? I'm going 34-20. I'm gonna say that Indiana's not going to put up 50 or 60 tonight, but I don't think they can stop them either. So I think the offense will be semi-efficient, and I think Miami will have its chances, and if they can convert. But right now I'm going to give Miami 20, 34-20 IU. Anybody else got a prediction for today? Put it in the chat, and let's go. And you know what? It's kind of lost in translation, but Miami is playing on their home field. Oh, my cable just glitched. Oh, my God. I was freaking out there for a second. Pat Coogan, Aiden Fisher, Elijah Surratt, all coming out in the front of the tunnel here. There they come onto the field right there for the national championship, running out. It's really nice to see Indiana Red coming out in a national championship atmosphere today. Coach Signetti's got the headset already blaring. Here comes the Canes. These fans are everywhere. This place is jam-packed. It is a sight to behold. The stadium is absolutely beautiful, and it looks like pretty good representation from both teams today, which we did not have that last week in the Peach Bowl. It was about 90-10 last week. Playing at the Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. Let's be hopeful that nobody gets hurt today, that everybody gets to play this game all the way through. I fear injuries in football games more than anything. So let's hope that everybody stays safe and we have a good, hard-hitting, awesome football game. No cheap targeting calls, nothing like that. Let's just have good, solid football. This will be the time that everybody really puts on their fingers to rate Mendoza for the draft. Right now, they have him as the top prospect in the college football. I'm a little bit not on board with that. I think he's going to be a good prospect. I just don't know that he is the top prospect. Carson Beck has 2 national championships under his belt. He's been here, done that. He's got the experience to do so. So I expect that he's going to be ready for this, and we will see how NFL ready that man is tonight as well. Team captains are meeting at the middle of the field right now. Michael Irvin is talking to Elijah Surratt. That's kind of cool. Yep. I got all my faithful texting. Flips in the air, hits the ground. Indiana has won the toss. So Indiana will defer, I believe. I have not been this nervous for a game in a long time. Yeah, I can agree. You know, I got a story. I was sitting here last March or April going through my betting account, my sports betting account, and I looked at some of the early odds for the national championship, and I know it was an astronomical number for this. If I would have just bet $5 or $10, just bet $5 or $10, it would have been worth a bunch. I know that it was something crazy at the time, like plus 11,000 or something like that. There you go. Finally, somebody in here supporting the Canes. Let's go. Got to go Canes in here. There you go. Thank you very much. I'm a Hoosier fan, but I love college football. Support your team. That's what I'm talking about. It's all good in here. We're all kind to one another. We're going to have a good time tonight and watch this game. Hopefully, it ends up being a championship-worthy game. And like I said, good luck. I want to see everybody have a fair shake tonight. Nobody get hurt. No stupid referee mistakes. Let's just have a good game of football where it's where everybody is on fire and having a great night. Yeah, thank you for the stopping by, cheering on your Hurricanes. Good team, great quarterback, great coach. Super excited to get this thing underway, and we are about ready to go. For all of you Hoosier fans, here comes my best Don Fisher imitation. I know that man is pumped right now. I wish I had him in my ears. I would love to hear Don Fisher's take on today. He's been waiting for this moment for a long time for Indiana football. 53 years as a broadcaster for Indiana sports, doing both football and basketball. And here we go. Kick is in the air. It is a line drive received at the 1-yard line. He's going to bring it up. Gets to the 15, comes up to the 20, bounces to the outside and gets taken down at the 27-yard line, close to the 28. And here comes Miami onto the field. Carson Beck, 68 completion percentage in the first 3 CFP games, 509 yards, 4 touchdowns to 1 interception, game-winning touchdown run against Ole Miss, which was a great game. Great game. Here we come with the Hurricanes, and you know they're going to try to run the ball as well. I think both of these teams are very similar in the way that they're structured and how they play. Let's see which quarterback adheres to the pressure first. Carson Beck gets the first opportunity, and here we go. 1st and 10. Ball is at the 28. Beck's in the hands off, comes up the middle. He's going to cut it to the outside. He's going to break it loose. Great run for 9 yards on 1st down. Just followed the blocking pattern to the left. Simple little draw play there and got out to a 9-yard gain. That is exactly the way that Miami wanted to start today. So that's what they go for, is they're going to try to control the tempo here and run that ball. Got 2 wideouts to the right, 2nd down and 1. This is an opportunity to try to take a shot here. He's got a man in motion. He's going to go, checks it down at the wide receiver screen. He'll get him the 1st down. And these receivers after the catch, let me get into Miami Hurricanes a little bit. Quick slants, wide receiver screens, bubble screens, jet sweeps, anything to get the ball in these guys' hands because they are playmakers. They make plays with their feet. So Carson Beck has an easy job. Just get it out of his hands and let these guys try to make plays. Here we go. 1st and 10, going to run to the right this time. And this time he's going to be stopped after about a 2-yard gain. That's a nice tackle by D'Angelo Pons coming up from the cornerback position to reel him in. Shannon Dawson is the OC for Miami, and Bryant Haynes is the DC for Indiana. This will be, let's see how this chess match plays out today. 2nd down and 8. Beck is in the gun. Looks very poised in the pocket. Got one in motion. Here comes the snap. 3-man rush. They drop back. Looking, he has nowhere to go with the ball. Fires it, and it is out of bounds. Indiana dropped 8 into coverage. They must have saw something there. Plugged up the middle of the field. Let's look at it. Yeah, they read the play pretty well. The would-be blitzer dropped into coverage, and that's where he wanted to go. It's now 3rd down and 8. 3rd down and long, 7 of 21. That's a 33% of 7 yards or plus in the first 3 games. Indiana's got him lined up. He's back in the gun again. 2 running backs. Goes up. They rush 4. Fires it over the middle. It's caught, but he's going to be well short of the 1st down. And that'll bring up 4th down and about 4. Let's see if they punt. Are they going to run the risk right now? I don't think so. It's a little too far out to go for. Just tried to get it in his playmaker's hands. And these wide receivers are super fast. You just got to get a hold of them. They don't possess much extra drive. You just got to hold on for dear life. Let's go. Let's see how the special teams game works out today thus far. It's that 3rd team right there is always important. There's the kick. Gets it away cleanly. It is a nice punt, and it is fair caught at the 5-yard line. Very nice punt by the Hurricanes. And here comes Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers. And let's see if they can do something today and move the ball. What up? What up, Jack, says Uncle. Right on. Got a kid from Tennessee who's playing for Miami. You're rooting for him. Right on, bro. I'm a big-time Hoosier fan here, but we love all stories and we love all players in here. It's all good, man. Support your team. Hang out if you like. Smash the like if you would. I would appreciate that. And I appreciate new subscribers and folks that want to participate in my chat. So you can cheer all you want, bro. Like it. A nice defensive stop there for the Hoosiers. Really surprised me on the second play after the 1st down that they dropped 8 into coverage. I didn't really see that coming, but they must have read something with the play call. And then to slow down the running game on the second, getting him on the right-hand side, knocking him for just a 2-yard gain, and then leaving him short on 3rd down and making him punt. That's the way you do it. You got to get your defense off the field, give your offense a chance. We'll see how good this Miami defense is coming up. I suspect they're going to be fired up playing in front of the home crowd, and they're going to make it a challenge. I love we're going to talk about Indiana has to run the ball to win. So we're going to start out today talking about Kalon Black and Roman Hemby. Don't forget that Lee Beebe started this season out as the #1 option at running back, and he got hurt early in the season, and Kalon Black moved up into the 2 spot basically. And Black and Hemby have been dominant this year. I think it's more of a tribute to how good the offensive line is. So with the Hurricanes defense, they like to sack the quarterback, so the run game is going to be that much more important for the Hoosiers today. And that's going to, stopping the run and getting them into the passing situations where they can try to sack Mendoza is a task. First college football games in the playoff, Mendoza has 8 touchdowns and 5 incompletions. 8 touchdowns and only 5 incompletions. Efficiency. Miami's got some run stoppers too. That's where it's. I think the trenches is where this game's going to be won. Which team runs the ball better? Okay, I firmly believe that. We're going to see how it starts. 1st and 10, ball at the 5. Handoff. There's a quick outlet to Cooper. Cooper gets it at the 10. Dodges the guy, gets out to the 13. Gets the first down and out of bounds at the 15. Omar Cooper on the quick out gets it, and he will scamper for a first down, gain of 10. And then, like I said, I think everybody thought run on play 1 there. And Mendoza hits the quick out to the right-hand side, gets it to Omar Cooper, and they move the chains. Ball's at the 15.5, first down and 10. There's the snap, handoff, and there goes Hemby. He's going to get outside. Great defense by number 8. Stops him after basically a 1-yard gain as he cut off the edge and took him down. Mike Shanahan is the OC. Corey Heatherman is the DC for Miami. We'll watch this matchup all day as how they try to go against one another. It is 2nd down and 9. Mendoza's got him lined up. 12 on the play clock. Back to pass, looking down the field. Here comes pressure. Gets it out to Hemby on the check down, and he only gains another yard. It's going to be a 3rd down and 8. And just like the Hurricanes, Indiana gets a quick first down, and then the second set of downs, it's been very short on the gains. Looks like we're going to have 3rd and 8 here. Let's see how Mendoza attacks this. I almost wouldn't be surprised to see him go downfield to Becker. Charlie Becker has been good in them one-on-one situations. They can't double team everybody. Let's see who doesn't get it. 3rd and 8. There is the snap. Mendoza's back. Here comes pressure. He rolls out. He escapes. Fires it downfield and throws it away. And the Canes hold on defense, playing field position right now, and they will get the ball back. It is 4th down and 8. How do you think my quarterback will do today? Well, right now, he's 2 for 3, but he did not take a horrible sack, and the pressure came quick, and they just ran over Hemby as a blocker there. Nothing to do there but throw the ball away. So far, efficiently, it played as possible. Malachi Tony is the returner. Here comes the punt. Gets it away cleanly. Hits it nice. It's a low-line drive. Tony catches it at the 33. Cuts back. He's going to get through, be tackled at the 42-yard line. And there is a flag on the play. You want a lot, Pancho. Both of the coordinators have been locked down, so neither one of them are going. We got to get you a head coach first. It'll be holding on the receiving team. It's going to knock them back another 10 yards from the spot of the foul. So that's going to flip the field position game a little bit here. Yeah, I know what you said. I'm really going to be surprised. Yeah, that's a thought. Alex was in here earlier, Poncho, and she was feeling like well, the Dolphins got a head coach today, Kay. The Dolphins got Jeff Hafley, the Green Bay defensive coordinator. How do you feel about that? I wasn't I I thought in this carousel, I thought there would be less. I mean, I thought, I didn't really think that a DC was going to go, I don't know, this early in the coaching carousel, a first time head coach. Um, the Dolphins kind of starting to feel a little bit like the Browns in a sense. I think the Falcons won so far. Stefanski's a good hire for them. And the good part about that is that we got Stefanski and Harbaugh out of the AFC, so that's a good thing. Yeah, she came in here because Adam tweaked on her a little bit and got her to show up. She should be stopping by here in a few minutes before she goes to work. But yeah, it was nice to get her in here. I was badgering trying to get her in here and she just showed up. But Adam took care of that for me. You don't care much about the trash talk, you just missed your friend? Yeah. Listen, it's life sometimes is tough, bro. And we'll get her back. She's doing okay though. Fernando and Alberto. Yeah, and we got to remember that Carson Beck has got 2 national champions. Let's go. All right, Miami's going to start their second possession. Let's see what they learned the first time out here. Beck is going to get them situated. There's 20 on the play clock. And Beck looks cool as a cucumber. Indiana's got 4 down linemen. It looks like they're overloading the left side. Man in motion. They're going to run it right. He's going to cut through. Good run. Nice stop. 4-yard gain. They ran opposite of the overload on the defensive side. They ran, and I know that these two teams need to run the ball. I feel that in my heart. And this is the national championship game. We got 9:50 to go. It's a 4-yard gain on first down. Indiana has 5 in the box, looking like they're going to bring some pressure. Miami's got 1 in motion. There's the handoff. He comes up the gut. He's going to be stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Has a nice little push to gain a yard there. It's going to bring up 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5 is very manageable for Miami here, especially with the speed of the receiving core. They just got to get the ball in the hands of their playmakers and let them try to make plays. You're going to use a legal network to watch the game? Good for you, Poncho. 3rd down and 5. Beck's in the gun. Indiana showing pressure. Got a man in motion. There it is. Back to Indiana, pulls back out, rushes 3. Nowhere to go. Fires it over the middle, and it's broken up at the last second. Nice play there by Moore. And Indiana has done that twice now. They show pressure at the line and drop 8 into coverage. This time, the safety Moore makes the play on the crossing receiver as he gets into the back. He reads the play excellently and then just jumps in front of it. Beck made a pretty nice throw, better play on defense. And Miami looks like they're in some kind of trick formation here. Let's see what they do. Snap, punt is away and good. Here comes up for the catch. He calls for a fair catch, and it will be fair caught at the 29-yard line. Indiana will get their second possession with a much better starting position this time. All right, here we go. I just saw your guy, Poncho, talking to Mendoza going onto the field. Jameis Winston, Cam Newton, Joe Burrow, Heisman winners drafted first. Brady's on the field today. You know he's there to watch Fernando. Might be watching Carson Beck too. A lot of prospects in this game. Definitely on the Miami side. 1st and 10. Mendoza's got him set up at the 29-yard line. Here comes the snap. Back to pass. Looking down the field. Has time. Rolls out. Pressure comes. He's going to keep running wide. He's going to go ahead and fires it down the field. And it's broken up at the last second by a hurricane. And the throw was teetering on the sideline. Number 1 gets over there. We're probably going to have an offensive holding based on Mendoza having to roll out of the pocket, nowhere to go. Illegal man downfield, something of that sort. That will be a hold on the offense. Signetti will not be happy. I think Beck's guy is very draftable. He took the money and came to Miami this year instead of going to the NFL. Probably a good choice. 67 right there, has his shoulder, and as soon as he goes around that edge, he is no longer blocking. He's now holding. Yeah, Sig's not happy. 1st and 20. Ball is back to the 19. There's a handoff. No, it's play action, and that is broken out. Here goes a Cooper. He's up. Cooper's got the first down and more, all the way out to the 44-yard line. Omar Cooper Jr. gets the crossing route, breaks the tackle, and turns it into about almost a 30-yard gain. Let's watch it again. Play action. Cooper makes his cut. The safety's a little too deep, and Mendoza hits him on the crossing route. He breaks that tackle and gets it all the way out to the 44-yard line. Gain at 24, 1st and 10. There's the snap. There's the handoff. Kalon Black breaks through the middle and almost gets free. That's about a 5-yard gain for Black. I like Carson Beck. He's the only quarterback I feared out of the teams in the playoffs, just because he's got the experience level. He's pretty cool, calm and collected. False start on Indiana right there. I'm not sure. That is the second misfire on this offensive line so far today. And Signetti's not going to be happy. He's getting ready to sign him up for some extracurricular activities after the game. 74 jumped early. And that's the thing. In a poor quarterback class for the NFL, which everybody says this is, finding a diamond in the rough, and Beck is a good, experienced guy, checks it out, gets it out to Surratt, who's going to run for about a 9-yard, 8-yard gain. They got him marked out of bounds as a first down. I think he stepped out a little bit before the marker there, but I'll take it if they're going to give it to him. Yeah, I don't think he got that first down. They may look this one over. Thomas gets a hit on Mendoza. That probably felt pretty good for him. And there goes Hemby through the hole. He's going to get about 4 yards on first down, and Indiana's starting to get a few running plays to kind of work out a little bit here. They could, I don't think I think Burrow is not like Luck in a lot of ways. I know everybody makes that comparison, but Luck never played in a Super Bowl. He never had that opportunity. So I really think that this will be the last year that we see Burrow in Cincinnati coming up if they don't fix some things. Mendoza fires over the middle, first down. Nowakowski makes the grab inside the 35 to the 34, and they're going to push him forward. Riley Nowakowski, the Wisconsin transfer, is that he is not a big tight end, but he's a stocky tight end, low center of gravity, and he is just strong as a bear. Miami defense plays really, really hard. They hit, they play tough. That was the first down for Indiana. It checks it to the outside, and Surratt gets the grab. Mendoza's going to the quick drop and release. He is firing very fast now and not giving this defense a chance to rush. Yeah, I know what you meant, Angie. Poor Luck. Andrew Luck was in even a worse situation with the O-line. As bad as Cincinnati's O-line has been, they've had some good pieces, just never continuity. Here comes the blitz. Mendoza gets hit. That is an incomplete pass. Mendoza takes a shot on the blitz. Coming off the edge, it's going to be 3rd and 5. Off the blind side, and there was nobody there to pick up Tour, and he just levels Mendoza. Mendoza almost got that ball away, couldn't quite get it out. 5.7 tackles a game for Toure, or Tour. Do not know how to pronounce his name. 3rd and 5. Big play here for the Hoosiers. Cooper's in motion. They're going to go with a handoff, and he breaks it for a big one. 8 yards for Kalon Black. 1st and 10, and the run game is starting to wear this defense down a little bit, where they were hitting him in the backfield. Black busts through the line off tackle and gets about an 8-yard gain. Good blocking up front. Just got right through. Nowakowski had the block that sprung Black, and that is a 1st down. Ball is officially at the edge of the red zone. Ball is at the 20. 1st and 10. Mendoza's in the gun. Handoff, goes forward. He's going to rush forward, and Black trips, gets 2 yards. 2nd down and 8. Here we go. 2nd and 8. And Mendoza acts like he wants to block there and takes a big shot, which is something that he really shouldn't be doing. I know he's a gamer, but he doesn't need to take big hits from them defensive ends. Play action. Mendoza's going to keep it, and he has nowhere to go, but he squirts forward for a couple of yards there, and it's going to make it 3rd and about 6, I believe. Yep, 3rd and 6 it is. 3 minutes to go here in the 1st quarter. This is going to be a huge play if Miami can get off the field. The crowd is getting loud, as you can see the Hurricane faithful over on the sideline getting loud. 3rd and 6, 8 on the play clock. Miami shows pressure. Mendoza's back, looks down the field, fires it to the end zone. It is up, and it is incomplete as he was going for Charlie Becker. Excellent coverage by Frederic Jr., and it'll be a field goal attempt coming out here right now. I think the ball was a little underthrown. That ball was more out there for the better defense by Becker than offense, honestly, as the ball was a little thrown too far to the inside. Mendoza missed his spot on that throw. Nico Radicic is on unsighted 40 yards. He is 21 for 22 for his career. 4th down and 6. Kick is up, and it is good. Indiana takes the early lead today. 2:42 to go here in the first quarter, 3-0. But the defense of Miami has to take that as a win because Indiana generally scores touchdowns in the red zone. Head to a break. We'll take 3. Put it back on our D to get back out there and do a good job. But you gotta say that you cannot afford in a national championship game to continually take 3 instead of 7. You have got to punch it in the end zone. And Mendoza went for the touchdown throw there instead of trying to get a quick first down there. They did have room to do that. Kind of surprised at that. I thought they would have tried to get the first down and then try to go back to the run game to pound it in. But Mendoza goes for the end zone, and Mendoza loses. Charlie Becker ended up playing defensive back there and knocking the ball away, preventing the interception. But Indiana does come away with the 3. But Angie's pretty happy. She'll take 3. Yeah, I agree. The big play in this drive was Nowakowski, the tight end, setting down in the middle of the field, and it looked like just a giant target out there for Mendoza. I think the Colts cursed themselves the second they dissed Peyton Manning. I think that was the beginning of the curse. Because why on earth, if you're going to spend that pick and take Andrew Luck, they understood that he was going to be a generational player. But why diss the one guy that brought you your most success? Why discard him like trash? Nobody really understood why that happened. And like I said, Peyton still got another Super Bowl in Denver. But, he deserved to be able to retire in Indy. Yeah, Mendoza got his mouth busted. Yeah, if they would have got that as targeting, they're saying that would have been a disaster for Miami. But I'm of the opinion, as the quarterback, you don't need to be taking on defensive ends on a block. And here comes Miami on the run back, and they're going to be stopped at the 26-yard line. Pretty decent return, pretty good coverage. Here comes Carson back in the offense again. 3rd possession here. We're about ready to head into the second quarter. That's what I'm just saying, that Mendoza has got to play smarter than that. You do not take on these big defensive ends from Miami. There we go. Says, come on, Miami. Let's go. Let's have a game here today. Bring it on. Let's go. This Hurricane roster is pretty stacked with a lot of talent that, and they had to earn their way into this playoff. And once they got here, they kicked some butt. They were worthy. Carson Beck is the kind of guy that can lead. There is a tough out today. I did agree that Peyton Manning deserved to retire as a Colt, but I think they did that because he had that surgery and they didn't know if it would give him how long the recovery was. Yeah, I still think that you made the choice to draft Luck. If you send Manning out there and it doesn't work out, your future is learning behind one of the greatest of all time. I just think that would have been the right play for both Luck and for Manning. Manning gets a chance to teach, gets a chance to have, if he doesn't have a good year, to retire a Colt, and Andrew Luck gets a chance to sit behind probably one of the greatest comeback quarterbacks of all time, and gets a chance to develop his skill set before he has to go out there and inevitably get beat to death by having no offensive line. Yeah, Poncho, I agree. You're probably pretty fair. Um, I really do want to get back into having some regular lives again, where we just sit back and talk about a lot of the stuff upcoming. And the draft is going to be, I'm going to be a little bit more curious this year about the draft than years past. I know we'll probably find a way to do the first round, but I definitely want to get into some commentary, get the podcast back up and running. Definitely planning on doing the Super Bowl. I want to do at least one of the championship games too as well. Got to start putting. Got to put a little time back in over here. Haven't had a chance to lately, so because I missed this too. I'm a distant cousin of Johnny Unitas, giving Miami some Johnny Juice. Giving Miami some Johnny Juice. Let's go. Johnny Unitas, one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time. Back to pass. Beck fires it over the middle. Tip. Oh, and incomplete. What a great set of hands out there by 87, who almost came down with it as the ball was tipped, kept his eyes on it. It just got away from him. Second down and 10. Good concentration, but Moore makes the hit to knock that ball away. Indiana is definitely playing coverage defense on this. They're not being as aggressive at the line as I thought. Second down and 10. Indiana shows, here comes pressure, fires. And there it is. D'Angelo Pons knocks that away. D'Angelo Pons is going to be an NFL cornerback. I think he's a little bit handsy there, but they let him play it. It is going to be 3rd and 10. Get that Johnny Juice going through Carson Beck. Yelling for Johnny Juice in the chat. 3rd and 10. Indiana shows pressure. They bring it. Here comes pressure. Beck is going to be sacked. Johnny Juice gets sacked. Aiden Fisher, the senior JMU transfer, gets the sack, and Miami will immediately go 3 and out and have to punt. Indiana rush 5, got a guy straight through. Fisher blitzes and gets right in there. The running back does a poor job of blocking. Carson Beck gets sacked, and Indiana gets the ball back. That knocked him back inside the 20. Here comes the punt. They get it away cleanly. It looks like it's a short kick, but it gets a great bounce and goes and gets taken down at the 27-yard line. Yeah, Mendoza's pretty ticked at this point in time. He's got to learn, though, you can't take those unnecessary hits. So don't act like you're going to block. "54-yard punt. Here comes Mendoza back onto the field. I bet he doesn't try to block for a running back again this time from behind. I know he doesn't mind the contact, but they're already kind of focusing on those two players. 1st and 10. It's about time to see what we got going on here. Here comes pressure. The Hemby gets the ball in the backfield, and Miami's all over the jet sweep. and that is going to be a loss of about 4 or 5. Second down and a lot. That was an RPO, and Mendoza should have brought that ball and held on to it. This Miami team, you can't afford to go horizontally. Their closing speed is too fast. You've got to power right through. It's going to take a power run game. Here goes Hemby goes through again. This time he tries to attack the line, only gains a yard. It's going to be third down and a lot. You can tell that Indiana definitely wants to run the ball. This Miami D-line is playing pretty sick. 3rd and 15. Big play here. Miami's looking for a little momentum as we close out the half or the quarter here. Mendoza's in the gun, 8 on the play clock. Got a spread offense going here. One setback, back to pass. Here comes pressure. Gets it to the check down. It's Hemby. He does not have anywhere really to go. Gain of 4, and the Hoosiers will have to punt. Mendoza hit his check down as the pressure was coming. The Miami defense was definitely fast on the blitz. Yeah, so notes on that. Don't blame anybody on trying to run the ball. Yeah, the one thing I've learned so far about Miami's defense is that you cannot run laterally. You've got to attack the line. You got to get north and south because their defense possesses uncanny speed because they have that closing power. And that was a defensive end the last time that just got inside and got the pressure in there. And, Hemby had nowhere to go. The corners close fast. The safeties the Miami's loaded with speed. And then what's the one thing in this world you can't teach? You can't teach being fast. And I think they had it correctly earlier when they had decided to get the ball out early. Quick releases, quick throws, finding the open receiver and getting it out of Fernando's hands. Eliminate that pass rush and get the ball to your playmakers. Indiana's game plan should be very reminiscent of what Miami's trying to do. Yeah, because when they've tried to set back in the pocket and throw the ball, the pressure comes pretty quick. So this Miami Hurricane defense is very reminiscent of what he's going to see in the NFL. I know it's going to get a little bit faster when he gets there, but they've done a really nice job of eliminating the advantage that IU had on the O-line so far. And they have done a really nice job of closing in on the run. So you're going to have to fight it a different way. It looks like Black is going to be the better option to run the ball than Hemby right now, just because Black seems to be a little bit more of a power runner than Hemby. But we'll see how that goes. As we start the second quarter here, and this game is very not much like the other games that we've seen so far from the Hoosiers. They're having to throw the ball more than they would like early in this game. So let's give Miami some kudos here. Yo, what up, Matt? How you doing, my brother? 3-0. Hoosiers are getting ready to punt, starting the second quarter. Miami's defense is quick. They hit hard, and they close fast. Indiana's got to find a way to move the ball with their characteristics and traits. Punt is away cleanly, and it is going to be caught at the 27, and he just goes down. Whoa, he's down, right? I thought he was down. His ass hit right there. He's down. Okay, so they're going to go back without having to be challenged. Snowman in the house. Oh, that ain't Snowman. What up, Lauren? How are you doing, my dear? Saw the wrong chat there. It was somebody else. Got Matt and Lauren checking in. Let's go, Hoosiers. Come on, Big Ten. Let's ride. Let's go. Beck is in the gun. 2 for 6 so far on the day today. Got a man in motion. They're going back to the run. Nothing there. Maybe a yard. Second down and a long 9. You ain't kidding trying to stay warm. I'm getting ready to head to Florida here in a couple days. Hopefully it'll be warm down there. And last time I saw down there, it was snowing. Snowing in Florida. Beck's back to pass. He's got time. Lets it go over the middle. Caught. It will be stopped short of the third down, but it'll be third and very manageable. 3rd down and 2 coming up. Daniels makes the grab. Beck makes the nice strike there. Good tackling to not let him get the first down. All right, here we go. Miami lines up. They're going to hand it off, and he is stuffed. I mean, he is stuffed. No gain. 4th down coming. No gain. Are they going to go for it here and run that risk? And Beck is coming off the field as they have got it stuffed. Indiana had 4 on the defensive line here, and the 2 linebackers jumped up in the hole and made the hit. Fisher and Kamara right there. Beck looks frustrated. Here comes the punt. Fair catch called for and caught at the 15. That is Brady out there, who's done a great job at returning punts this year. You know what? We'll go back and we will look here a little later. Time of possession is going to be a thing because inevitably you want to wear down the defense. That should show up at the end of the second quarter here on how it's played out, and at the end of the fourth quarter, we'll see how that goes. And right now, it looks like Indiana's done pretty decent at controlling time, but I don't have that stat readily available. But watching it here in the last, like a sustained drive here would be a huge win for IU. To burn up some clock and get some points here. But Miami's defense has been solid. Matt says, I feel that Mendoza's younger brother will come in and line up in the slot and throw a touchdown. Man, that would be seeing young Alberto would be awesome. I would see 1,000 edits on Twitter about it. Yeah. It's I mean, not that I wanted to see a competitive game, but I wanted to see one. This would probably been the toughest one, and it's not been the Miami offense that's really scared me that much. It's how good their defense has been against this scheme, because Indiana has been lights out all year in the offensive side of the ball, whether it be run or pass. They've always done a really nice job. Miami has eliminated. All right, here we go. 1st and 10. Mendoza's in the gun. Ball's at the 15. There's the snap. There's the check down. He gets it to Surratt, gets the 1st down, and out of bounds at the 27-yard line. Quick out, 13-yard gain. Let's go. Very easy schedule compared to Vanderbilt. Okay. Yeah, Vandy had it tough. There it is. Play action. Fires it over the middle. Great play by number 29 against Elijah Surratt. Gets over the top and knocks that down. Man, that guy's all over him. They are letting him play in the back end. I mean, they could have, on both teams, they could be calling defensive pass interference on just about every play, but they're letting them gut it out, and I love it. Strong will survive. Make the play. Here comes a blitz. Fires it. Gets it to Nowakowski. Breaks the tackle. And he is still going. And he goes out of bounds 2 yards short of the 1st down. 8-yard gain by Nowakowski. I love the fact that he goes to ball protection there to make sure that he does not fumble. They're going to give him looks like a 9-yard gain on that. They're going to call it 3rd and 1. I think it looks more like 2. Here it is, 3rd and 1. It's going to be, let's see who can stop the run here, I would assume. In the gun, here is the snap. Hand off to Black, and he busts through for the 1st down. Kalon Black, very nice run, gets about 3, maybe 4, moves the chains, clock continues to run. Kalon Black has been the stronger runner thus far today. Roman Hemby will break one, I'm sure. Great job by the Indiana defense so far in this game. There it is. Hemby's got the outside, but he does get through the hole, but he only gets about 1.5 yards. Yeah, I don't know that I agree that Vanderbilt's schedule was any better than Indiana's. 2nd down and 9. There's the handoff. Hemby again. This time he gets some positive yards. It's going to be 3rd and about 6, I believe. And I mean it because I mean it like this. Ohio State, and I don't care what you say about Penn State, that was a good team that lost their coach. Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, and Iowa. Mendoza fires it. Great defense on the edge, And I believe we're going to get a flag this time on number 29. I don't know that I agree with it. I want to see it again. See, that's the same. Oh, it's the same call that they were not making earlier. He's definitely holding him by the jersey the whole time, right? He's got his left arm held with his right. But the point of the matter is that they have not been calling it this whole game. And they finally call it, but they've let him play. Hemby gets leveled in the backfield, 99 with the big smash, busting through the line there. The defensive run stoppers for Miami have been in the backfield early and often. Back to what I was saying, though, I don't disagree that it's pass interference. I disagree that they've been letting them play like that, and now they call it. That's where I disagree. Miami's D-line has definitely stepped up in this game. Cooper's in motion. Hand it off again. Hemby's only going to get about a yard. Why are you running it on 2nd and 14? I see why Mendoza runs the ball there, but you need to make a play downfield at this point in time. 3rd and long here. Let's see if you can do something. They do get it to 12. Hurricanes D has been fire in this game. Good penetration past that O-line. That was one of the sticking points of this game. Defensive backs have been very good. Yeah, and back to that, I would say playing at Iowa, playing at Oregon, at Penn State, Illinois at home, which wasn't a game, Ohio State. I don't know. I think that's a pretty good strength of schedule when it's all said and done. I mean, they keep showing me Taco Bell commercials, and I want to go eat. After tonight's game, if you definitely want to come back and hang out, we'll be streaming some Dead by Daylight later tonight. So if you guys want to swing in, check out Papa Blood's gaming channel. I would appreciate it. The other variation of this deal here. Hopefully it won't be super late. Pancho says, "Yo quiero Taco Bell." And he's probably cursing at my dialect right now. Yo quiero Taco Bell. I miss that Chihuahua too, bro. I love those commercials. I have not said the one word again since you criticized me for how I said it after I tried to get it right. The more I said it, the worse it got. And so I haven't even tried to say it again. Pretty sad, right? Mario Cristobal, class of 1988. They're on the high school field there at Christopher Columbus High School. And Fernando Mendoza was in that class as well, 1 year behind. Or ahead, I'm sorry. All right, here we go. Here's the big play right now in this second quarter. 7 alum from that high school in the game tonight. 3rd down, 13. Ball is at the 48-yard line. Indiana gets a break. Mendoza fires, overthrows Cooper, incomplete. But there's a flag, and I think it's going to be offsides, and we're going to play this one over. You're going to give him 5 yards there, and it's going to bring it to 3rd down and 8. I know. I'm just playing, Poncho. Yeah, he did it, though, right? All right, here we go. 3rd and 8. Crowd's getting loud. Let's go. 9:04 to go. Ball's at the 43. Cooper's in motion. He's going to hand it off, and it's a big hole for Black. He's all the way down to the 22-yard line on the draw play, straight up the gut. Kalon Black gets the 1st down, almost to the red zone. Let's effing go, Hoosiers. Everybody was thinking pass. The line opened right up. They check it down to Cooper. Cooper gets inside. He's down at the 20-yard line. It's going to be a gain of 3 for Omar Cooper Jr., who has been the leading receiver thus far. Kalon Black got through that hole on 3rd and 8 like a champ. 2nd down and 7. Ball is at the 20-yard line, getting ready to enter this red zone. Tutty would be huge for the Hoosiers. Let's go. 2nd and 7. Mendoza's back. Play action, fires it. 1st down. Charlie Mother effing Becker goes in. I think he's in for a tutty. Charlie Mother effing Becker. Let's go. 9-zip Indiana. The Canes fans are complaining, but I think he got in. 20-yard TD run. Let's see it. He's at the 6. Nope. Out of bounds. Right there. Stepped out at the 6. Right there. So he is out of bounds at the 6-yard line. But let's not discount the effort here. He catches the ball at the 14, gets hit at the 7, and he drags 3 guys down to the goal line. If he hadn't have stepped out of bounds, it would have been an incredible play of strength trying to get in the end zone. And look at Miami. They're getting a little mad at each other on the side. And they are a little perturbed with one another right now. This one's coming back. I'm just telling you right now. Call overturned. This one's going to go back to the 6-yard line. All right, here we go. 1st down and goal to go. Ball is at the 6-yard line. Miami gets a break, not a break. By stepping out of bounds, they get a second chance here to keep him out of the end zone. Mendoza's in the gun. They got lined up. Becker's in motion. They're going to go play action. Kalon Black gets stood up at the 5, and they're pushing him, and they're going to blow it dead just inside the 5. That's going to be a gain of just about a yard. Adam says, I'm enjoying this. Poncho agrees that he is. Good to have you guys tonight. Much love to both of you, brothers. Second down and goal. Clock is ticking away. 7:04 to go here in the half. Mendoza needs to put one in the end zone to really strengthen their case right now. Here is the snap. He's going to go hand off. Black's going to power forward, and he's spun down at the 1 yard line. You know, if it's me, I'm just saying, run it twice. Run it twice. Well, the ACC champion lost too many games in the regular season, though, Adam. So just keep that in mind. But I love your spirit. All right, here we go. They're going to pile it in the box. It's going to be third down. And who calls the timeout? Thank you, Miss Lauren. I appreciate you. I have a blast. If you guys don't know how much fun I have calling football games, oh my gosh, it's something. You know, just someday I aspire to be as good as the one Don Fisher that calls all the Indiana games, but I know that will never be, and I love my hobby. Yeah, I suspect they're going to try to do something here. They're going to pack it in on the line. This seems like a really good opportunity to go play action and roll Mendoza out. Give him an option to run or throw. But I suspect that they're going to try to run. But I would really go. Go a bootleg here and try to get the play action game going here and see if Mendoza can use his legs. I think that would be really good. Or I'm not even against putting him under center and going QB sneak. This commercial timeout is lasting a lifetime. Touchdown as opposed to field goal here. Look at how important that is. If you want to be honest, you know, a field goal is still in the realm of that one score lead. A touchdown puts a little bit more pressure on Miami to do something before the half because their offense only has generated one first down in this game, and Indiana has the defer, so they get the ball to start the third quarter. So a touchdown here makes that next Miami possession way more important. And then if they get a stop and they don't score again, they come out in the third quarter with the ball. And I think that the middle eight, right, the last 4 minutes of the first half, the first 4 minutes of the second half are super important as far as how these games go down to the wire. So I know the play call has to be there. Let's see what they do. I see some different personnel in for Indiana right now. Looks like they're going to go into a 12 personnel lineup. Oh, yeah, they're set. They're lined up. And they hand it off to Nowakowski, and he's in. Riley Nowakowski playing fullback gets the tutty, and Indiana extends the lead to 9-0. They packed it in with extra blockers. They hand it off to the tight end / fullback in this case. And they burn 6:44, go down the field for 85 yards and a touchdown. Very nice play design. You notice that they didn't go to the deep back. They go to the quick handoff to the up back, which does not allow Miami a lot of penetration. And Nowakowski finds his way through. Radicic's kick is up and good. And Indiana's got a double-digit lead, baby. 10-0. 6:13 to go here in the half. This has been one of the hardest games that they've had to move the ball. But Kalon Black and Riley Nowakowski have been huge. But all the main guys have been involved in this in these drives. Surratt, Cooper, Becker, Nowakowski, Hemby, and Black, and that is your main skill position guys that have done the job. Hopefully this opens up more next offensive drive. Yeah, because now they're starting to get a rhythm and moving the ball, and rhythm in offense is huge. I think you'll start seeing the playbook open up a little bit here in the last, especially if they get the ball back in the 2-minute drill. But so far, the story of this game is Indiana's defense more so than their offense. I think Miami's defense is playing admirably. 10 points and almost to halftime given up. I think if you would have asked Miami before the game, if you only gave Indiana 10 points in the first half, how would you feel about it? And they would feel pretty good about their performance. I would say that they would take that. But Indiana's pitching a shutout here. 1 first down for the Canes and only 26 yards gained total. And 14 of that came on the first drive. They have not been getting many first downs as of late. They got a bunch set here, a single setback, a halfback in the line. They're going to go handoff, run him straight up the gut, and they're going to move. The line's going to move nicely, and he's going to get about 5 yards on first down as he gets in behind Brockmeyer and pushes forward. Good run by the Canes there. Clock still ticking. Getting a little chippy. I've never seen Indiana's D-line get chippy with this O-line, but they are getting a little chippy right now, and we'll see how it goes. Couple guys getting really mouthy out there. Kind of nice to see games that are played not like that, but it's getting a little personal at this point. These guys are trying to get an edge. All right, Beck is sitting there. 2nd down and 5. Great run on first down. Ball's at the 30. He's going to go right back to him. And this time he breaks it and almost gets free. I didn't see where he goes down, but I think it's going to be about 3rd and 2. Jones in on the tackle there. He did get tripped up. Let's see how he goes down here. Right. Oh, right there. So it's going to be 3rd and 1. So they're going to pack it in here. Indiana's going to rush a bunch. They're going to get him, and he is going to be stopped for a 1-yard loss. 4th down again. Beck is mad walking off the field. And golly, for once, play action if you guys don't want to get stuffed behind the line. Indiana's got 5, 6, 7, 8 in the box. That is Carson Beck's fault. He should audible out of that and go into play action. He sees 8 in the box. He knows better. And they're going to leave their offense on the field, taking a huge risk at 4th and 1. They're going to run it, and there it goes. And he is going to be, whoa, that's close. This is super close. This is going to be measured. They're giving him the first down. I want a measurement. Oh, I'm telling you, I want a measurement. That's super close. And I think he got it. All right, all right. Internet just went out. I finally got it reset. Thank you guys for not leaving. I don't know what I missed, but we'll check here in just a second. Well, that was crazy. I haven't dropped internet in weeks, and then all of a sudden, today I lose everything for a minute. Thanks. I appreciate that, Adam. We'll see where we're at here in just a second when I get back. I assume that Miami hasn't scored yet because I ran and did a reset. I don't know why we're at commercial. I ran off to hit the button. But back to what we were talking about earlier, Beck has got to make some. He's got to be able to make some decisions, like to audible out of a play like that, because he's just sending a running back into 8 guys. That's gonna, you only got 5 or 6 guys on the line. You can't block them all. 2-minute timeout. Got it. But so that's on Beck, because he had to see 8 in the box there, and to call that play and not audible out of it when he had one-on-one coverage everywhere else. That's on him. Why does Curt Cignetti look like he's always pooping in his pants? All right, it is now 2nd down and 8, 2 minutes to go before the half. Miami desperately needs to put points on the board to get some kind of momentum. They're going to go handoff, and he's going to be tripped up immediately. And that is D'Angelo Pons on a cornerback coming off the edge there. He makes the tackle, no gain. Clock's going to keep on ticking. Miami wants it to go to 0 for sure. They may take an attempt at a long field goal here in a minute. But they do not want to give IU the ball back at this point. Mel Kiper has D'Angelo Pons as the number 5 ranked cornerback. God, he's played really well this year, but his height. There's a check down. What a play design right there. He's going to get 7 or 8 yards on the play, and it's going to be 4th down and 2. And I suspect they're going to try to kick the ball here. But they say his kicker's been a little off this year. So here we go again. If I was IU, I'd use a timeout. Timeout. I'd call timeout. I would call a timeout, Kurt. Kurt, it's 4th down. Call a timeout. I'm greedy. I would have took the timeout. I would have forced their hand. All you're doing in that situation is preserving yourself another 30 seconds or better. Now I just assume that no matter what happens, they're going to take a knee. But me, I'm greedy. I'd take a shot. Take a shot. Give that ball. Get that ball out there to Charlie Becker. Throw one up for him. Let him go try to make a play. Let's go. Let's get this national championship. Let's keep this shutout alive. It's going to be a 50-yard attempt. 7 for 12. Kick is up. And it is no good. Shutout is alive. Field goal kickers do mean something in this world. And I'm glad mine's only missed one this year. Drive comes up empty. Hoosiers got the ball. Now, see, here you go. Indiana would have had about 1:06 if they'd have used a timeout. Had enough distance, just got the doink. Yeah, I really wish that Signetti would have used the timeout. They're going to run the ball here. Roman Hemby's going to get about 7 or 8 yards. I would call a timeout. And they're going to let it run out. I would use my timeouts and try to make a play. I would have took a shot because you never can tell. They're going to go. Mendoza's back, fires it downfield, and that's caught at midfield. Please call a timeout. See what? Why not? So if Indiana goes for an extra long field goal kick, they use a different kicker. Radicic kicks 47 and in. They got a long-range kicker. It's this dude here. I don't know his name, but he kicks anything above and beyond that. I think that's poor clock management at the end of the half there. Yeah, I think you go for the throat. You play it like you have to have it every play. I understand that they're content going into halftime, but they would have had 30 more seconds and they only need 15 more yards. So I don't know that that's going to hurt them, but honestly, shoot out to the right-hand side of the top, quick throw and get out of bounds. Nope, he's going to let it fly. Mendoza's going to let it rip down the field. He throws it to Becker, goes out of bounds, and that's going to be halftime. Let's talk about what's been important so far today. I want to listen to what the coaches say here really quick. So Signetti's advocating for the hits on Mendoza to be called because of the late hits and stuff like that. I think that's in defense of his quarterback. I think that's why he's after that. But basically, at the end of the day, Mendoza's played pretty good football. Kalon Black has ran it fairly well, and they've done a really good job of controlling the tempo and the clock, and they'll take a 10-0 lead into the halftime. Miami is comparable to Ohio State at this point because that's what they have to gauge by, and that was a tough fight. We're going to see who coaches better here coming out of the half and gets their team into a better rhythm in the second half. And let's see let's see how that rolls out. Just looking through a little bit over here. Don't want to mess with my stuff too much, and I'm going to turn my head. But Carson Beck, 3 for 7 here in the first half. Oh, that's not correct. There we go. Carson Beck has 49 yards at halftime, 6 for 10. Mendoza's 12 for 17, 116. Kalon Black has 43 yards rushing. Those have been very important. Omar Cooper, 39 yards on the reception side. Aiden Fisher's got a sack. Mikael Kamara's got 4 tackles, playing good football. Both teams played clean. Indiana got 11 first downs. Miami only had 3. So even that last little attempt there, Miami did a little bit better. Indiana's 4 for 7 on third down. And time of possession, Indiana's got about a 6-minute edge on that deal, 18:09 to 11:51. So we should say that Indiana played a ball control game. They played rather conservative. If you ask me, I don't think that they really overstepped and tried anything risky. I don't think they didn't. I don't think they made risky attempts there. They played conservatively because I think their game plan is just to win the game, right? I don't think it doesn't have to be showy. Let's give Miami defense some kudos. And even though Curt Cignetti was complaining about the late hits, I love that, honestly. I don't want my quarterback getting hit, but I like the fact that they're trying to get in his head and make sure that when he puts himself out there that they hit him. The helmet to helmet can be hit as targeting if you get caught, but nobody got caught for it. And then, just putting that pressure and making sure you hit the quarterback, that's an NFL tactic. I think that's really good. Another thing about their defense that's really what played well is the length of their cornerbacks. I know that their secondary was question mark coming in because of, how well Indiana's receivers has played. But I got to tell you that all things considered, as high power as this team has been on offense this year, this secondary has done a really nice job of fighting through. I like the fact that they're letting them play. I did not like the one pass interference call against Miami because that was not pass interference to play before. How do you expect the DB to go out there and do his job when you change the rules? So let's call it what it is. Go back to letting them play, making whoever catches the ball work and earn it, and let's go. What up, Showtime? Yeah, it should have been. But I don't think that they didn't get it in. But that's it. Like I said, I don't necessarily agree with the hits, but I like the fact that Miami's trying to get in his head, show toughness, and play hard nosed football. I hate effing targeting as a call because sometimes helmets collide. It's why we wear them, and it doesn't necessarily have to be egregious, and it's oftentimes unintentional with the offensive player going down when he gets hit in the head, and so I don't like those calls, period. So I'm going to be a little bit more in my brain. I'm a little bit more leaning on it. I want to see old school football. I think the quarterback has to protect himself a little bit there, for sure. But it's good to see you. Thank you for showing up. Hey, I as a Buckeye fan, that says a lot. Congratulations. I mean, the difference between Ohio State and Cincinnati and Indiana this year was experience at the quarterback position. I love Julian Saying, and I know he did a great job this year. But I really feel like he's poised. If he's back next year, he's poised to be to make them a serious contender again, and it's going to be another tough battle for Indiana. Hopefully we got good enough at quarterback as well. I love the way everybody's attacking Indiana. Look, just like we talked about, Carson Beck has two national championships, and he's played in Georgia and was playing for an SEC championship on the year he got hurt. Keep that into mind. Indiana has on more than one occasion only rushed 3 and dropped 8 into coverage. So look at the respect that Kurt Signetti had for this Miami offense. I think that's taking a more conservative approach has been a win for them. They actually, their game plan has actually done very well. Yeah. And that's the thing, like targeting. I think targeting has to have some form of intent before they call that foul. And especially when you're going to eject somebody from the game for that penalty. A lot of times those are bang bang plays, and a lot of times those are receivers going across the middle, jumping up to catch a ball and then coming down and running into a DB or a linebacker ready to make a tackle, and they hit helmet to helmet. It's very difficult to play this game without kind of leading with your head. Have you ever tried to lead with your shoulders or with your head back? It's really difficult to make that tackle. That's why I'm not a fan of targeting. I, I, I just, especially if you're going to take the rest of the game away from a college player. And I'm still confused about the internet going out a little bit ago. But heck yeah, we made it to halftime here. Anybody that's new to the chat today, stop by. If you want to hang out, wait for the game to start back up. Use your receiver, hit the pause button. Wait for my call to get in line with where we're at on the game because there's about a 10-second delay. and see how I compare to the TV guys. I do both parts of the play-by-play. I analyze it and I call it, but that's just because I don't have my counterpart in crime here today. Anybody that wants to hit that subscribe button, I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate the likes, and anybody that wants to come to get in the chat and be in there as well and talk it up, because I love to talk football with those in the chat as well. It is always a blast. So keep that in your heads, and I appreciate you. As we are at halftime, Indiana leads 10-0. They will get the ball to start the third quarter, and Miami is going to be desperate for a stop there, because a touchdown, if they drive down touchdown, that's a 3-score advantage with 2 quarters to go. And this defense from Indiana today has been so sound that the total yards for the Hurricanes is very, very low. They only have 69 yards in the whole first half. So that would really make it a very difficult challenge. So Indiana is going to be thinking about blood coming out. They're going to think about an early and a quick score. And especially, I'll take 3 if you can drive down and burn 6 minutes of clock. So Indiana has a great opportunity here to start the second half, that if they manage to put together a drive and end it with points, you're going to burn half of a quarter close, and you're going to extend your lead, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Carson Beck. I think Carson Beck's going to play better when they have to go into this game plan of where they get away from the running backs. I think you're going to see those slants, those wide receiver screens, stuff with them wide receivers that, like Tony, that he's not a very powerful guy, but man, if you let him get going, you're not going to stop him. I think you're going to see a lot of those plays. And Beck did show that he can throw in that when they drop 8. So he threw a really nice ball there at that last drive where they missed the field goal. So I suspect, if Indiana can go down and score a touchdown, that puts them in a great chance to win the game the way their defense is playing. But right now, the player of the game has to be that defense, period. The whole D has done an excellent job. And Showtime, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for stopping by today. Poncho says 69. Star player might be in the chat, Poncho. I don't know. She could be today. Haven't seen her. She hasn't chatted, but she might be in the chat. She said she was going to show up for a little bit, but star player should be in the chat today. And you know what? And Miami's defense has done a great job as well. They got a little bit wore down there at the end, but Indiana could not get the edge on a sweep. They couldn't get the outside. They were forced to keep the runs to the inside, and that did a really nice job. Their defense is very fast off the ball. They close quickly, and they cover pretty well on the outside. You missed the star player. I'm telling you, I'm trying to coerce a chat, but I don't know if I'm going to get it or not. Let me check. I don't think so. Might have skipped out. These guys that were picking Miami they're still tooting their horn. They think they got it. And all of a sudden, where is Pat McAfee? The lone Hoosier picker is not at the table right now. They moved everybody around. Missed that star. I love the what is that skit? God, it's not Eddie Griffin. Anyway, I'll think of it here at some point. It reminded me of something talking about it. The commentary is still pretty high on. I think they're still talking about how Miami gets back into this game. Yeah, really good half by Indiana, gotta say. What the hell? Even it's a hurricane? It's a storm? What? Shut up. Let's go. Get out back on to halftime. I am disappointed. I did think that more of the Hoosier faithful would have showed up today to say, hey, at least for a minute. I know that they'll probably be in here at the end of the game if it's a good ending. Maybe everybody's taking it and enjoying it. By God, I'm recording it just so you all know. So I have it to dissect and go through. Definitely that is the deal. Because we're halfway home, folks. Our Indiana Hoosiers have made it through 30 minutes of play with a 10-0 lead. MBOG. Who's the OG? Got to get ready here for the second half, as it should be rolling up here soon. I don't see a timer anywhere for the halftime, though. Should be getting ready to fire off here in a second, get through this commercial break. But I want to see that first drive. I want to see some play action pass. I think Mendoza, if they put him under center and do a little play action on that, might be a good sell. And that will make Poncho really happy to see his QB under center, because it looks like he will be a Raider more than likely going forward, unless they determine that somebody else is the number one. Damn right. I want to see him go play action. And let's see some bombs here. Miami got the slow start blues. Yeah, I said, so far in this game, all my credit goes to the both defenses, honestly, because both of these offenses have the potential to put up a lot of points. And Miami only giving up 10, not being able to move the ball on offense. That is a win. I think that's a win for Miami, honestly. I really do. They only giving up 10 points after an over 18 minutes of time of possession. I think they did a great job. I think they gave their team a chance to come back here in the second half. And Indiana's defense has been lights out. he's definitely he just doesn't, at the end of the day, I will say this, Poncho, he doesn't feel like a Raider though. He doesn't feel like a Raider. I mean, when I think of Raiders that, at the quarterback position, I guess I don't even think Derek Carr feels like a Raider, to be honest. I guess maybe a Raider is not what it used to be. Jim Plunkett, that was a Raider. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Angie, I'll be honest with you. I want to see the defense continue to just dominate this game. Just need a Hispanic head coach. Yeah. Against all odds, brother. Get in there and fight it. Listen, I'm telling you that they are banking on these commercials at halftime. This is almost as bad as the Super Bowl. He could sling the ball. Derek Carr could sling the ball. The problem was that he just never had the right complementaries around him, and he was always a battle. And he took the heat for things that wasn't his fault. I like Jim Plunkett. All right, we should be getting ready. I agree. McDaniels has never been much of a McDaniels is really good and just as an OC, he never really thrived in that head coaching opportunity. I know he's had a couple chances at it, and you'll probably never see him hit that realm again. But this year with Drake May, he's done a pretty nice job in New England. Hey, where did that go? What did I do here? What did I do? It must have changed. All right, here we go. Second half's ready to begin. 30 minutes to a national championship for the Hoosiers. The kickoff is in the air, and it's going to go through the back of the end zone, touchback. And here we go. Not a lot of explosive plays today, but there's been a few. All right, here we go. Starting the second half. 15 on the clock. Mendoza in the gun. Going to go handoff. And that is going to be blown up. Should have been blown up for a loss, but Kalon Black gets back to the line of scrimmage. Cornerback Xavier Lucas is now in the game, so Miami gets some relief out there, serving his targeting from the last game. Here we go. Second down and 10. Black should have been lost for a 3-yard gain, but he did not. Surratt's out running back. Looks Mendoza, and Mendoza's going to be sacked. It's a coverage sack. And the Canes come out firing on defense as they are not ready to go down just yet. Let's see what we were seeing here on defense. And that is purely a coverage sack. Miami rushed 4. And Mendoza did not see anybody open. He did not get to his check down and took a sack. 3rd and 17. I suspect this will be a draw play here because they're not going to run it. Or they're not going to throw it. Kalon Black runs forward, and he is going to be tackled. There is a flag on the play. I don't know what it could be. Is this going to be a face mask on Miami? Oh. And Miami was 3 and out and off the field, and they get hit with the face mask right there. Oh, yeah, he ripped it. Bad penalty there. Will that cost Miami dearly in this game? And first down, Hemby gets stuffed. No gain. All right, it's going to be 2nd down and 9. They do give Hemby a yard on that play. Mendoza's in the gun. Here comes pressure. They're going to rush him. He rolls the pocket out, fires it downfield. And Surratt cannot come up with it, and that is incomplete. Great coverage on the play by Miami. Let's watch the play. The throw, it was not in the right spot. Omar Cooper come up open in that one, did not see him. 3rd and 9. If they run the ball again, it's going to drive me crazy. Yeah, Surratt was in double coverage and the ball was not in the right spot. So I feel like that was a blessing right there to not to have that one be caught or intercepted. Back to pass. Here comes pressure. Mendoza's got it on him, and he is going to be sacked again. Miami's D is fired up. They're going to get off the field after that horrendous penalty. They overcome it, and they will get the ball back with about 12 minutes to go. Their defensive scheme is really good. Mendoza recognized that he had nothing and tried to get away, but I'm back to that defensive speed for these Hurricanes, whereas normally Mendoza might escape that and make that a positive gain. That turned out to be a sack. Punt is away clean, and it's going to be fielded at the 20. Breaks the tackle, cuts up. He's got a lane, gets out to the 30, 35, down at the 37-yard line, out of bounds. And here come the Hurricanes that desperately need to put a drive together here to start this half to make sure that they do not get themselves out of contention to win. Yeah, it's going to be on this defense squarely again to get off the field and get the ball back for the offense. We want to see what kind of adjustments Miami has coming out of the half on offense. The defense had good downfield coverage. They did not give up anything on the run, and they got a couple sacks to start the half. Really good possession minus the 15-yard face mask penalty, but they overcame it. Now let's see if the offense can come up with some adjustments. Brian Haynes on the defensive side over there for Indiana's been stellar all year, and their defense performed admirably in the first half. But they're going to have to continue because this game is going to be tight. I'm telling you, Miami is gritty, and when you see a team that has got their back against the wall and come out there and make a stop like that to get the ball back, that says a lot. That defense has been tested this whole game, and they come out here in the third quarter and they basically get a 3 and out. Now, if they can, and if the offense can't do something for them, I don't know how long they can maintain that, but that was solid defense play right there. Mendoza had nowhere to go. All right, here we go. Ball is going to start out. Ball is at the 38. Carson Beck has not had a day to speak of. I look for them, since it's the first possession, to try to reestablish a little bit of run and then go to the pass, but we'll see. 1st and 10. They're going straight to throwing it. Beck's back. Here comes pressure. Fires it over the middle. It's complete. That's going to be about a 4-yard gain, maybe 5. Tony makes the grab. Has been a very good receiver this year. Indiana running their 3 linebacker defense here, getting ready on 2nd down and 5. Isaiah Jones, Aiden Fisher. There's the snap. They're going to hand it off again. He's going to try to get the edge. He does. He breaks it free. He's at the 40, 35, 30. He's got breakaway speed, and he's going to run it for a touchdown. They ran right at the pressure, and Fletcher got the edge and was gone in an instant. 57-yard touchdown, longest play of scrimmage today for the Hurricanes, and this is back a game once again. He ran right into that pressure and got off the edge. There was no safety help as they were crowded on the line. Watch it again. And once he got out in the open, he had breakaway speed. Kick is up and good. .46 linebacker Jones comes in, and what a great block by number 7. on sharp, frees him up, and there's where the inevitable secondary hole comes. Looked like I saw that from the beginning. The linebacker Jones come up to the line. Looks like it's a blitz package on that side, but Fletcher just got by that first line really quick and had an excellent block on the second line and took it to the house. But that's how fast it goes. This Miami team is gritty. That's what Kay keeps telling us, and we got a game now. I'm telling you what, I want Taco Bell so bad right now. No, Poncho, probably after. I'm probably going to go upstairs when the game is over and get a quick snack and then play. I'm telling you what, though, these commercials today have sold me on some Taco Bell. Oh, I'm telling you what. You got a Chick-fil-A commercial? I got Taco Bell almost every time. I'm eating a 7-layer taco dip with chips right now. Damn, Lauren. I'm going to tell you why that's important for Miami. After the first couple plays, the run game has been non-existent. And that opens their whole offensive playbook back up for the next time they get the ball. Yeah. Well, it's telling me I need Taco Bell. All right, here we go. Second possession of the half. We still have 11:06 to go. Game is back to a field goal. Here we go. Kickoff is up and it's in the air, and it is going to be out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. Now let's just take it back for a second. How important is that missed field goal going to be? How bad is it going to be? How much is that going to? If that could be the difference between them winning and losing this game. 1st and 10, Mendoza under center, going back to the gun, changing the play. There's the snap. It's going to go hand off to Hemby, and Hemby's got a lane, breaks it for a first down and more, all the way out to the 40. Roman Hemby, with his first really good run of the game, gets about 11 yards or so, and Indiana gets a first down on one play. All right, it's 1st and 10. They're going to go right back to it. Cooper's in motion. There's the handoff. Hemby breaks through, and he's going to get 4 yards on first down. And I do not see any reason to not run the ball if you're going to get 4 yards per carry. So keep it running. If you're going to throw the ball, do the quick out on an RPO and don't take a chance anything down the field right now while you got them back on their heels just a hair. 2nd down and 5, 5-yard gain for Hemby there. Single setback look again. 3 on the bottom of the screen. E.J. Williams into block. There goes Hemby, cuts through, and he is going to get about 2.5. It's going to be 3rd and basically 3. And Moten comes off the field. Looks like he had a hobble. He has been a great run stopper of this game so far. 3rd and 3. The Miami Hurricane faithful are beating on the sides here. It's getting super loud here at Hard Rock Stadium. Got a man in motion play. Looking down the field. Fires it. Oh, it's caught by Surratt. No, they're saying it's an incomplete. They're saying that he didn't catch it. Let's look at this play again. Oh, I think that it's close. I don't think he secured it. That's a good call of incomplete. He never got it secured, so there it's going to be a punt. Here we go. Miami is going to have an opportunity on the bad play there. Not bad, it just happened. Bobble ball by Surratt. Punt gets it down to the 12, and Miami will have the chance to tie or take the lead when we get back here from this next round of commercials as the second half is getting thick. Tell you what, that's the one thing about college football. The lead is never too big. Going to keep on praising both defenses today, as both these defenses have played superb, very, very disciplined football. Just one minor glitch on either side, and both of these teams could be pitching near shutouts right now. It should be at the best 10-10. Miami still needs a quarterback for the 26th season. It's kind of strange that they don't have one right now. Um, yeah, I mean, Miami should be a good destination for any quarterback, especially if somebody's got a year of eligibility left that doesn't want to go pro, a la like the same as Carson Beck. I think they will get somebody adequate for sure. Wow, 10 million. Now you got the Taco Bell? Got it. All right, here we go. Big drive now in this game as it got 9:02 left in the third. Miami gets the ball at the 12. They got a man in motion handoff up the gut. They're going to give it right back to him, and he is stuffed at the line of scrimmage. No gain. 2nd down and 10. Second down and 10. Beck's in the gun. Got 3 wide outs to the bottom. Got Tony going up to the top, 2 and 2. Back to pass. Looks, fires it outside to Tony, and it's a low throw on his shoestrings. He cannot haul it in. 3rd down coming. It's 3rd and 9. Beck's back in the gun again. Got a single setback. 2 wides up top. Indiana has 5 in the box. They're going to rush 5. Here we go. Fires it over the middle, and it is incomplete, broken up at the last second. Great defensive play. Beck cannot believe that it's not hauled in. I didn't see the play cleanly, but Beck looked disappointed. Let's see how this one goes. In cut, jumped the route, and it hit him in the face mask. Pretty good defense. I think they've been a little early all night, but they're not calling it, so I'm pretty happy with that. 4th down and 9. Indiana's defense holds. Quick 3 and out. They're going to get the ball back. Punt is away cleanly, and he hit a bomb, and it goes out of bounds at the 43-yard line, it looked like to me. And, yes, that's exactly where he's going to mark it. Mendoza's coming onto the field. Indiana really needs to put together a drive here to really kind of get Miami back on its heels a little bit. 8:09 left to go. All the stats are starting to equal up except for the time of possession one. Indiana's run almost double the plays, but only a 3-point lead. Here we go. In the gun, play action looking. Mendoza's going to be hit. He does not get away. That's another sack coming off the edge. And these defensive ends are super quick. That was Messador with the sack. He basically ended up tackling him with his foot as he was on his back. It is 2nd down and 18, another sack. Miami's defensive line has been a monster today. They're going to hand off just because. Kalon Black breaks a bunch of tackles. It looks like he's going to get some of it back. It's going to be 3rd down and long. And it looks like Indiana's going to be content being conservative here. Mendoza is not having the kind of game that he wants to have. Kalon Black has looked so good today. Gets 6 of that back, 3rd and 12. Let's see if they attempt any kind of a nice throw here, or they're going to run it out. 10 on this play clock. Miami's got 5 in the box. Black moves to Mendoza's left. Here comes the snap. Back to pass. Here comes pressure. Fires it downfield. And Surratt, incomplete. No penalty flag. 4th and 12 on the back shoulder throw. That is Indiana's bread and butter. And Miami gets another stop. Surratt couldn't haul it in. these officials are letting him play because he was held the whole time. They are letting him play. You can't be mad about that. Signetti's over it. And Tony's back to retrieve the punt. There goes the kick. It's away and clean. He drives him back. He retrieves it at the 3, cuts out the 10, and will be drugged down at the 7, honestly. What a nice play there. And I love how the Miami Hurricane gets mad and pushes the guy that made the tackle, and he doesn't react. Nice punt. If we're in a field position game, this is really important for Indiana to get another stop to try to get the ball back with good field position. I don't mind the hand fighting so much, Poncho. And I really don't care that they're letting them play and they're not calling the PI penalty, because we normally get into games where that's all they call is PI. I don't like the holding of the sleeve and holding on the arms. I don't like that. I don't mind the hand fighting so much. I feel like a lot of times it is PI for that, but I would rather see this than throw 400 flags. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind them not calling it. I really don't. I would rather see that. But watch this. I'm just going to tell you, that flag is going to rear its ugly head in the 4th quarter, and that's when they're going to start calling it. And it's going to happen at times that it probably doesn't deserve to be thrown. Just going to be my 2 cents on that. I like letting wide receivers and defensive backs go at it, though. And it really feels like they really decided to start stretching out them commercials here in the second half. Now's the time that people are going to bed. Yeah, I really wonder how many are watching tonight. I'm still in awe over the defensive performances tonight. I think that's the most important thing that we've touched upon. Both of these defenses have played great football. Handoff up the middle. He's trying to break free. Gets a little bit of room. Give him 3 yards on the carry, maybe 4 at that last surge. All right, 2nd down and 7. Beck's back to pass, looks, fires across the middle. Tipped ball. What a way to get your hand in there. Mr. Jones, I want to see this again. It looks like he just barely got his hand and blocked it. Yes. He was trying to catch it, but still, good defense. Jumped the route a little bit. Haven't had a turnover in this game yet. I'd like to see one now. Pick six, D'Angelo Pons would be nice. Let's go. Looks like they're aiming for Tony. Here comes pressure. Fires, caught. Tony cannot get the first down, though, on 3rd and 7. He is going to be short, and it's going to be 4th down and 1. And Miami, there's no way they're going for it this far back in their own territory. And I think Miami's going to be punting here. Yes, I see the receivers off the field now. Punting unit is on 4th and 1. That was a generous spot, to be honest. Punt is up, and it is blocked. It's in the end zone. Touchdown, Hoosiers. Jones, Kamara gets the block, and Jones falls on it. There you go with the special teams. There you go with the turnover. The third squad, special teams, gets the play, blocks the punt in the end zone. Touchdown, Indiana. Mikel Kamara with the block. Jones falls on it. Indiana extends to 16-7. Let's go. Special teams comes through with a tutty. That's what I'm talking about right there. Let's go. Mark Cuban looks happy. Radicic's kick is up, and he bounces it off the upright and in. Oh, my God, that was scary. 17-7, 5:04 to go here in the third quarter. I still may get my 30-14. Kamara with the block, got around the end. Jones was there to clean it up. Excellent play by Kamara. You will see him in the NFL next year. Pretty dang sure that he'll be about a 3rd or a 4th round pick. Cristobal is not happy right now. Signetti, did he smile? Nope. He still got his hand. You know, Signetti, the way he walks with his hands on his hip, reminds me of the effing Grinch. The Mendoza family's stoked. Indiana's going to kick it off. Miami's going to get another chance to be on offense here. Short kick to the 5. He's going to bring it out 10, 15, and he's going to get smacked at the 19-yard line. 1st and 10, Miami. 5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Indiana back to a 10-point lead. Dude, I'm telling you, Angie, I guarantee you somebody has thought of that already. But the way he walks down the sideline with his little pot belly out and his hands on his hip looked like the Grinch to me. Get on like one of those AI sites. If Kurt Signetti were the Grinch, make an AI picture. I bet it would work out. Play action. Beck's looking down the field. Has time. Checks it down to his running back. He's got a lane. He's going to get 8 yards on 1st down. Nice play. 4:49 to go. And Miami is going to a hurry-up style offense already. They're going to try to wear this defense down. Traditional offense is not working. Indiana's got 4 in the box. They're going to go handoff. He's going to try to run right. He's got the edge. And there's the same play that they ran for the touchdown. He's going to get a 1st down this time, but Indiana did not let him get outside. He did not realize how much Signetti looks like Tom Crean. You know what? That's a pretty good analogy, too. Tom Crean looks like he could be his spoiled little brother. Play action. Beck fires over the middle, got a man open, and it's broken up. Number 5 for Indiana makes D'Angelo Pons 5'9", makes the big hit on the line on the tight end there and breaks that ball free. And he shoulder blasted him, did not lead with his helmet. What an incredibly clean play, and just disembowels the tight end, and no chance of him holding on to that. Handoff, runs left, he tries to break through. He's got a lane, 3-yard gain. It looks like it's going to be 3rd down and about 7. Indiana's looking to get off the field. That was a very intelligent hit, Poncho, because he could have played that pretty dirty if he wanted to, because Beck put him in a bad position. He used the shoulder and didn't go for the head. I'm impressed. 3rd and 6. Man in motion. Beck calls the snap. Here comes some pressure. Has time. Looks up. Here, rolls out. He gets away. Rolls back the other way. Looking. Fires over the middle. And it's caught. Good job by Carson Beck to buy himself some time to get his receiver open downfield. And this game's starting to heat up, folks. Indiana couldn't get home with the pressure. Great job by the O-line. Beck rolls right, comes back to the left, gets a man in space, and there was just no over-the-top help there. Just finds a way to get open and gets the ball. It is a 1st and 10. Ball's at the 35, getting ready to get interesting around here. Beck is in the gun. Running back goes out wide right, looks, checks it down, and it is caught, but I think he's down. Catches the ball, but he has to go down to get it, and the clock continues to run. And that is all on Beck for the bad throw. Second down and 9, 1-yard gain. That was going to be a nice gainer there for Miami. Back to pass, hand, play action, gets it out to his playmaker on the edge. He's got a lane. He's at the 20. He's going to be knocked out at the 12-yard line. I'm really shocked that they have not gone to these bubble-type screens with Tony's athleticism and explosiveness on the outside. Just a well-designed play, and nobody went with him. So I got to say that was just a well-designed play against Indiana D. And here we go. It's 1st and 10. They are in the red zone here. It is showtime now. You're going to have to put one in. Miami needs a tutty here. They really do. Ball's at the 12. I'm sorry. Handoff. And Fletcher's going to bust through the hole, get about 3 yards. It will be 2nd down. And that, we should have one more play to end the quarter. Yeah, that was that's what I was afraid of the whole game was when we talked about it earlier, the bubble screens and the end arounds. I was really scared of them using him that way. He's a la Tyreek Hill, he's got that kind of speed, and that is the way you get him involved. Handoff, gonna keep, and he's gonna break a tackle, gets close to a 1st down on 2nd and 7. Gonna get it down to the 3-yard line as this defense is starting to look a little worn as we head to the 4th quarter. 3 down, 1 to go. We still got a 10-point lead, folks. Let's go, Hoosiers. Come on. Anybody in the chat? Let's go. What am I doing? Dig Signetti Steal Christmas. I'm telling you, that's got to be made into something. If not, I'm doing it tomorrow. How are you doing, Miss Robin? Hoosiers are holding on to a 10-point lead. Miami is driving. I felt dirty missing Mondays today, but it's a once in a lifetime thing for me here tonight. So Indiana has gotten conservative on their defense a little bit here in the second half. I think they need to just load it up the box again and make Beck throw over top of them. I think so far that's their best option here. Torchy doing great in the playoffs, I see, for the Pick'ems. Just not enough time to win it, I don't think. And just so everybody knows, custom jersey for the winner this year of the Pick'ems. Right now, FL Thunder Digging with Rob is holding on to a slim lead with 3 games left to go in the NFL season. We'll see how it plays out. Here we go. 3rd down and 1. Indiana's got him lined up. Tony goes wide right, and they're going to hand off. What a nice design play, and that's a touchdown. What a great design. They use misdirection with Tony going in motion behind the quarterback to get the defense off, give the quick handoff to Fletcher. He runs straight into the end zone from the right-hand side. Miami is now back down within 4. Extra point attempt incoming. They ran the same play, but they used misdirection to throw off the defense. What a nice play. Miami is back in this game with 1 quarter to go. Extra point is good. And I'm just going to go back and say Radicic banged his in off the goalpost, and the earlier field goal attempt by Miami went wide off the goalpost. There's a lot of things that Signetti's not going to be happy about, like on this last drive. Watch the play here. Look, Fisher goes out wide, and 2 players go with the same cutting Tony, which allowed Fletcher to have the edge there because there was nobody there to get him. Kickoff is up and away through the back of the end zone, touchback. I'm just going to tell you that it's crunch time. I think Mendoza has been beat up in this game, and I think it is his time to shine up through here and give us a nice methodical drive. Both Mendoza and Beck are even today. 12 for 20 for about 115, 116 each. And let's see who's going to win the quarterback battle today. Right now, these games have been pretty much dominated by the defense, but Miami's offense has taken over. Mendoza been sacked 3 times here in the second half, only has 3 pass attempts. Got to get this field open back up. Miami's got 4 or 5 in the box. Here we go. They're going to run the ball, and there goes Black. Yeah, and he's going to get stopped after a 2-yard gain. I'm telling you that Mendoza is going to have to pull that ball back and run out to the edge and try to get something going here, because the same play calls are the same play calls over and over again. They're trying to stay conservative with the lead. They need to get a little aggressive here and push the ball down the field. 2nd down and 8. Ball's at the 27-yard line. Play action. There goes Black again. He breaks it for a 1st down and more. Almost gets away. Good run by Kalon Black. Clock continues to tick. That 1st down makes it a little easier for Mendoza. Kalon Black is just 1 step away from breaking one himself. First and 10. Ball's at the 40. Mendoza's in the gun. Miami's got 4 in the box. They bring 5. Checks it down. And what a nice play as they try to go to Omar Cooper on the edge with the same play they started the game with. And Mendoza can't get it there as the cornerback is jumping the route. So these cornerbacks, look how they're playing. They're playing like they know that Indiana can't get it. Their D-line is getting to the quarterback so fast that they're taking away the short game now. Excellent defensive call by this Miami DC. 2nd down and 10. Here comes the run play up the gut. No, they check it down to Cooper on the edge. He breaks it. He's at the 50. Down inside the 45. Out of bounds at the 41. Same play that they ran to Tony on the other side that Miami did. Omar Cooper gets it, but they just can't get him out on the bubble screen. But it is a 1st down for Indiana. Big hit out of bounds there on Cooper. Here we go. Ball's at the 42. We are in positive territory. Cooper goes in motion. They're going to go. Here goes Hemby. Mendoza steps up. He sees the pocket collapse. And this time he turns the sack and an 8-yard loss into a 1-yard gain, because he saw the coverage coming down, and they get across the line really fast, and he stepped up and got a little bit of a run out of it. Great recognition there by Mendoza to not take a negative play as Bain was on him. Boy, that's a big guy, too. He is a muscular dude. Bain coming off that left edge, or the right edge if you're on the offensive side. Handoff. There goes Hemby. Breaks through, and he is going to go down. And it's going to be about 3rd down and 5, I believe. I'm telling you. Everybody's fired up. Canes fans, Hoosiers fans, everybody, the tension is mounting. It's 3rd down and 5. It's time for a Heisman-type play to get a 1st down here to keep your drive going. Pass rush has been on you like stink on all game. Back to pass. Pressure comes. Fires it deep down the right side. And Cooper did not see the ball. Omar Cooper did not see the ball. Oh. He has his man beat. Mendoza puts it up in the air. And Cooper does not see it until, oh, but he's being held. Oh my God, they're leaving Mendoza on the field. 4th and 5. Signetti calls a timeout. I'm a big fan of not going for it here, because not getting it is a huge swing in momentum when you're still winning this game and your defense has played pretty much lights out with the exception of one drive. Getting tight in Miami. Don't know that I particularly care for it. Would like this game to be a little bit bigger spread right now. Hoosier Nation is dying for a champion. We have not ever had a chance at it, and this is the best opportunity we may ever have. This 4th and 5, I think I would punt. I'm getting starting to get a little bit nervous. And Mendoza's back on the field. This is a huge play. I don't quite think I agree. But they're just outside of field goal range. Fans are getting rowdy. This Miami defense is pumped. This is going to be so. The DBs have been tight. Here comes the play. Fires it on the right side. And Charlie Becker with the catch. Oh, my God. Back shoulder throw to Becker, and he catches it laying on his butt. I want to see it again because I'm not sure he was in bounds. He was in bounds. Oh, my goodness gracious. Charlie mother effing Becker. That's one of our nicknames for him. 4th and 5, first down, and now we're in the red zone. There is the handoff, and Black pushes the pile. Gets 5 yards on first down. Oh, my goodness gracious. Timeout by Curt Cignetti. Lines up the perfect play. And Becker makes the reception of the season right there. That guaranteed them. At least now they got a chance at a field goal. Indiana fans are all clenching their fist, hoping for a touchdown right here. 2nd and 5, another handoff to Black, and he is going to be stuffed. It is going to be 3rd down and about 3 yards, maybe 4. My chest hurts too. Listen, Indiana has not sniffed the title game of anything since 2000. When the Maryland Terrapins, another ACC team at the time, broke our hearts in college basketball after Bob Knight was fired and interim coach Mike Davis took them to the finals. Back to pass, fires it to the end zone, incomplete. Over E.J. Williams, 4th and 5. Cignetti's got a choice to make here. E.J. Williams very limited in the game today. Oh, my God. I'm going to tell you that there's going to be some talk tomorrow. There is going to be some talk tomorrow about pass interference just because these officials let it go today. Yeah, I knew it was 1 or 2, Angie. My brain is, because that was the first year I could think of. Indiana has got to continually play defense today. Special teams has been on time today. 17-14. Looks like they're going to take the field goal here. Now, here's the deal. With 9:27 to go, Cignetti knows that if they score a touchdown here, that they have the ability to play defense, run the ball, and win the game. He is sending his offense back on the field. It's all or nothing time. Cignetti has not made these choices in games yet. He is putting his faith in his team right here on 4th and 5. If they don't complete the first down, it is a long field for Miami, and he's trusting his defense. Mendoza with the draw, and he's going to get the first down, and he's going to run into the end zone for a touchdown. Fernando Mendoza with the quarterback draw up the middle, puts it in the end zone, and Indiana extends 23-14. 2 4th down clutch plays by Heisman Mendoza, and he is showing why tonight he is the Heisman Trophy winner, as he put his team on his back on that drive with the great throw to Charlie Becker and then the extra effort dive for the touchdown. He is in. That is a tutty. It is 23-14, and the Hoosiers regain their 2-score advantage with the extra point is up and good. 9:18 to go. 9:18 to go, and that was clutch. Fernando reaching for the goal line on the quarterback draw. 4th and 5. Puts his team on his back. Yes, sir. Into the end zone. What a gutsy call. Cignetti, Mendoza. Holy smokes. The story is being written as we watch today. Angie says, you got to be kidding me. It doesn't get any more clutch than that. You call a quarterback draw on 4th and 5 with your season on the line. You put it in the hands of the baby giraffe, whose running style is awkward but fast, against this atrociously beastie Miami defensive line, and he pulls through, gets the score. That is our Heisman Trophy winner. That is what a Heisman Trophy winner does. 2 clutch plays on 4th down. We're back up 10. Let's effing go, y'all. Angie says I'm not going to fall asleep till about 3 a.m. Look, that's storybooks. That's storybook stuff right there. I don't want to over dramatize it, but considering the history of Indiana football, if they can finish this game out, there will be a movie made about this team. I don't think that's an exaggeration at all. It is such a remarkable turnaround in 2 years by a coach that nobody expected. I got to believe it. I got to believe that at some point this is going to be a movie. I don't believe there's but one 4-star player on this team. Look at this run. One cut, hit. Bro, he took shots. He took shots and he just kept going forward. Kickoff is up in the air. It's going to be fielded at the 1 yard, 2, 3 yard line. Here we come. Trying to get a return in. Smacked at the 19-yard line. I think there's going to be a hold too. There's 2 flags out there now. That's a big mistake on the return. It's going to take him back. It'll be like, yes. They are fired up in Assembly Hall. They got the camera in Bloomington. The one time this year the fans are going to be ecstatic in Assembly Hall. Let's go. Let's go. Ball is at the 9-yard line after the penalty. Miami has got to do something right now. Carson Beck, 2-time national champion, is going to lead the offense on the field. 9 minutes, 11 seconds to go. Starts with play action, looking down the field. Has time, checks it down, gets it to Tony, who's got room in space. He's going to break a tackle, but he is drugged down after a 9-yard gain. He does not have much power, but if he gets going, he is fast as F, y'all. Handoff. He's going to run for the first down. Indiana's going to get very conservative on defense here. They are going to let this clock go. Everything they can do to keep it running. Nothing else matters at this point. It is now 4-down territory. Miami will probably not punt again. First and 10. Ball is at the 20. Beck is in the gun. Tony in motion. There's a snap. Back to pass. Looking for the wide receiver screen. Doesn't have what he wants. Doesn't have nothing. Fires it over the middle. That's going to be PI. They did not throw a flag on that. I don't know. That looked like listen. I am not. I don't like to see penalties, period. But that was, they're not showing it, but that was DPI in my mind. Said it out loud. I'm a Hoosier fan, but that looked like DPI. Because it didn't look like he turned and looked back for the ball at all. So now it's going to be second down and 10. 7 on the play clock. Beck just looks high. He is so calm and relaxed. Back to pass, looking down the field. Pressure gets up in his grill. Lets it go deep down the other side. And it is caught. No, it's dropped. D'Angelo Pons got his hand in there and somehow did not let Marion come up with the ball. Got to see the replay. Pons plays pretty solid D on this. Ooh. I thought he caught it. Nope, there it is. D'Angelo Pons, very good coverage there. Third down and 10. Beck is in the gun. Here we go. 7:55 to go. Beck is back. And there is a flag. False start on the offensive line. Going to stretch him back to 15. You saw that, right, Kay? He threw the ball, not on the one with the play before that. And they didn't replay it either. That bothers me because, listen, like I said, I'm a fan, but I like to call the games for what I see. Third down and 15. Beck is now back at the 15-yard line. Indiana's going to send pressure. Tight end goes out in motion. They change their coverage. Fires it over the middle. Caught by the tight end. First down. All the way out to the 37-yard line. What a nice throw by Beck to the tight end. And Indiana was playing a very deep prevent there. 7:37 to go. The clock is Indiana's friend. Back to pass. Beck looks. Fires over the middle. Uh-oh, there's Tony in space. He's got down to, he's going to keep going, and he finally gets brought down. The one thing they cannot let him do is score fast here, and the clock is down to 7:20. I don't like the change of defensive pressure. But what a nice pass and catch and run. Look at Tony go. I thought we would be seeing, this is what I thought we would see all day. Miami's not quit yet. Ball is at the 22-yard line, first and 10. Indiana does not want to give up the touchdown here. Back to pass. Beck is ready. He's getting in rhythm. Fires it over the middle. Tipped up and incomplete. Ball was up in the air. Pons did not see it right next to him. Second down and 10. Everybody is on their edge of their seat right now as Miami's season is dependent upon a score right here. Oh my gosh, Fletcher just didn't catch it. Second down and 10, 6:44 to go. The no-call PI does not end up mattering, by the way, so I guess the football gods allowed that one to go. Snap. And there he goes. He's got it. He's going to run it in. Tony's going to run it in for a touchdown. And Miami answers in about 2.5 minutes. This game is getting hot, y'all. They're finally calling out those plays for Malachi Tony, like I warned you guys about early on that they did not get accomplished. And Miami is not done yet. I thought I had a chance of getting my score of 30-14, but Miami just screwed that pooch. Kick is up, and it is good. Miami fights back, gets it back to within 3, 6:37 to go. Yeah, there's two guys on this team that you have to look out for the most part, and that's Fletcher and Tony. And if you need a catch, go to that big tight end. Guys, starting to cause me some anxiety tonight. This game is way too close for my liking. Indiana's got an opportunity here with this next possession. If they can use some clock, get down the field and put one in, might be the only way to seal this game is by just continually scoring here in this fourth quarter. Great job by the committee to put Miami in this and go use the head-to-head against Notre Dame, just because if they wouldn't have put them in, we might be in a 55-0 game right now against somebody that doesn't, and it'd be boring. But we've got a great championship game going tonight, and Miami had the roster. They were always thought of as one of the top teams this year. Just fell out of grace for the fact that who they lost to. Yeah, they almost didn't get in. The committee held that victory over Notre Dame as a standard to letting them in. I agree, Pancho. Notre Dame needs to be put in a conference. That way that there's none of this BS. I mean, for crying out loud. Get them in a conference. We got about 6 minutes to go here. And Indiana and Miami have both effectively started finding ways to move the ball. Indiana's got a 3-point lead and the ball. And what they're going to try to do here is they're going to try to move the chains and just keep moving the chains one play at a time. But you got to say that, look, without that fourth down touchdown run there, this would be a 1-point game in favor of Miami. And if you were to add the extra 3 points that they missed, it would be a 4-point lead for Miami. Take away the special teams touchdown from Indiana, and Miami's played a really good game. They've played winning football today. And now it's up to Mendoza to get us down and get us one more score, one more touchdown for a national championship. One more touchdown for a national championship. Here's the kickoff. Goes into the end zone. It is a touchback. USC had a pretty good time. Look at that second half yard, completely dominated. This is where you got to lean on your quarterback. Carson Beck has done his job to get his team back in it. Now it's up to Fernando to get his team over the edge and win it. Let's see how the play calling goes here on this first play here. I suspect they're going to run the ball straight up the gut. Yes, they do. Hand off to Hemby, who's barreling forward. Gets about a 3-yard gain, 2.5. Indiana does not want to be in third and long. They want to get a first down. If I was Miami, I would be crowding the box, forcing them to throw the ball. Make them make the decision with their hands and conserve time. Miami's got 4 in the box. They're going to go handoff. Here cuts back, and Hemby's going to get another 2, maybe 3 yards. Looks like it's going to be 3rd and about 4. Make it 5. And that's not going to get it done right here because Miami's offense is moving the ball. Indiana has got to get a first down here. Hurricane fans are up. Everybody's getting loud. Mendoza brings his team up to the line. 3rd down and 4. 3 wide outs to the top. 1 in motion. Cooper goes back to the left. There's the snap. Mendoza rolls out, moves the pocket, gets it out for a first down to Omar Cooper. He's going to run out of bounds after the big first down there, and Indiana will move the chains. That means that they can burn another couple minutes off the clock here if they keep it in bounds. Moving the pocket to avoid the rush is something that Indiana has not done much of today. Good job on the play call there by the offense just to get the easy out pass and get Mendoza moving. Fernando has been dynamite here in the last few minutes. Let's go. Indiana fans are still psyched. Ball's at the 45, 4:34 to go. There's a snap. Handoff. Black breaks a tackle, and he gets about 5 yards on first down. We will be under 4 minutes at the snap of the next ball. Fernando's getting everybody back up to the line. Hurricane fans are already praying. Indiana fans are holding on to their Signetti towels. Looking, everybody loud, or everybody seems to be fired up and ready to go. Everybody's worried. 4 minutes to go. Mendoza approaches the line. 8 seconds on the play clock. Clock's under 5. There's the snap. And there's a handoff, and they read it this time. Black is buried in the backyard. And it'll be a 3rd and 7 now. Huge play coming up for Indiana. That Miami just took a chance on that one, figured out what it was going to be. Now, if I'm Mendoza, I'm moving this pocket again. Set up my blocking to the right. Getting him out in space. 3rd and 7. 8 on the play clock. Here we go. Black's calling. 5 seconds. Here we go. Looking. Here comes pressure. Fires it downfield. Charlie Becker with another grab at the 32-yard line. Back shoulder throw by Mendoza. The clock will continue to tick. First down, Indiana. 2:52 to go. And we are in field goal range. But you don't want a field goal here. You do not want to lose by a point. Oh, my God, that was pass interference defense the whole way around. Charlie Becker makes the grab. Mendoza pumps his fist. First down. Let's go. Snaps on 3. Handoff. There goes Hemby around the edge. He's got it laying out, and he gets another first down. Knocked out of bounds right on the first down marker. Got to say, I disagree with that a little bit, but if you can get to the end zone, get there. Indiana catches him off guard, overloaded on the right side. Great blocks. What a block by Omar Cooper. 2-minute warning. 2 minutes from pay dirt. Indiana is in position to score here. A touchdown would seal the deal, pretty much guaranteed. Yo, what up, Grange? Good to see you, my dog. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. What do you think about my Hoosiers today, Mark? I think they've been kind of outplayed today, to be honest with you. JP says history. Yes, sir. Got to get it in the end zone here, because I'm telling you, if you do not put 7 on the board here and you give them the ball back, they're gonna lose this game. Miami's gonna go down and score a touchdown. If they don't score 7, Miami is going to score 7. I call it now. This is that moment. You got that Heisman Trophy. You got to put it in the end zone. Oh, I don't think they outplayed Miami by a mile. They got a special teams touchdown. The first half, they did great. I know they're going to continue to run the clock, not necessarily worried about the end zone. But at this point, Miami just wants to hold them to a field goal with a chance to win. Kay screaming for a blocked field goal. Oh, my God. I agree with that. But, I mean, my commentary about that was earlier, Grange, is that they're letting them play on both sides. So, I mean, they're letting them play. They only called the 1 PI in the game. I'm okay with that a little bit. If they're going to let them play, let them play. I just didn't want them to start calling PI at the end of the game, because that's what I was afraid was going to happen by letting them play all game like that. I agree with that too. Yeah, how did we end up with a Big 12 referee crew? Deadline to declare? Mark, hang on. Says January 14th. Handoff. There goes Hemby. 9 more yards. Miami's going to be forced to use a timeout here, I think. Yes, they are. The Miami and Indiana got till the 23rd. And the official entry, January 24th. I don't know what that means exactly. Yes. Charlie Becker. Since the early injury to Elijah Surratt has been huge for this team. And every time that EJ Williams or Omar Cooper Jr. went down, he was right there to fill a spot. And he put up huge numbers the second half of this season. 2nd down and 1. All right, it's a huge play right here. Miami has 2 timeouts. An ideal situation, you don't get it on 2nd and 1. You quarterback sneak, and you get close. And then you get it on 3rd. But make them burn the timeout. But I'm just telling you right now, I run the yard. There's a snap. Handoff. And they blew that play up. And I think it's going to be a false start if I'm not mistaken. Big penalty there. Takes him back out from 2nd and 1. Takes him to 2nd and 6. But look at this play blown up. They had it read correctly. The defense knew exactly what was coming. He's going to declare. There's the handoff, and there is not much room for Hemby there. And Miami burns their 2nd timeout. What looked like it was going to be headed in for an end zone is now about burning the clock out. There you go. Mendoza doesn't decide to declare and transfers back to Miami. I don't know, just saying stuff. Go play with the Hurricanes one year, like Carson Beck. Here we go, 3rd and 5. You want to, if you're going to throw the ball, you want an easy completion. But you're going to leave 2 minutes on the clock, and that is exactly what Miami drove down. You need a 1st down to finish the game, Fernando. 3rd and 5, 8 on the play clock. Miami with a single timeout. Handoff. There goes Kalen Black. He's going to bust through. Nowhere to go. 4th down. And this game is almost, I'm telling you, I fear that this game is over. It is going to go the other direction. Miami gets the hold. Nowhere to go for Kalen Black. Everybody knew he was running the ball. A field goal, you got to make them get to the end zone. Radicic has been pretty stellar inside of 40 yards this year. $35-yard attempt here. 4th down and 4. Kay said it's a blocked field goal about 4 minutes ago. It is straight on. Snap, kick is up and perfect. Miami will have 1:43 to score a touchdown. And if it's me, I do not let number 10 or number 4 out of my sight. They gave Miami too much time. Yes, they did. There was a couple plays and opportunities there where they went out of bounds that if they would have just stayed in bounds. And now you got Indiana with 1:42. Their defense has been kind of reeling here in the second half. Miami has the number, and you got a 2-time national champion quarterback getting ready to be given the ball back with a great running back and an excellent slot style receiver that has got turbo jets underneath him. They're going to kick it into the end zone, and it will have 1:42 to decide the national championship. Will we win 27-21, or are we going to lose 28-27? Mommy, come pick me up. I'm scared. 75 yards to pay dirt. Let's see how aggressive Brian Haynes is on his defense here. I would assume that he's going to be fairly aggressive. Indiana's got 2 deep safeties. Got a man in motion, 4 or 5 in the box. Play clock is 0. It's going to be a delay of game. Cristobal is mad. I'm not sure why he's mad, but it's now 1st and 15. Everything is 4-down territory. Alex says, I cannot wait for the Raiders to draft Carson Beck. It'll happen. 1st and 15. Ball's at the 20. Beck's in the gun. Back to pass. Looks. Steps up, and he flips it up. Incomplete. That is a shovel pass. That is an incomplete pass. Instead of being sacked, he flips it up. Love it. Indiana got some pressure on Beck. They knew he wanted to throw. These defensive linemen know that they're going to tee off on him. Tucker gets in there, gets him, and takes him down. 2nd down and 15. 1:36 left on the clock. Beck has got to get him in position to get a 1st down here. Keep your eye on Tony, who just went in motion. Here comes pressure. Fires it over the middle. And it is, where did that go? Oh, my God. Beck's laying on the ground. He's got to peel himself up. Where's the flag coming in here? It's going to be roughing the quarterback. I guarantee it. And there's your automatic 1st down. Landino must have landed on him. Crap. That's crap. That is a crap call. After all the hits that Mendoza took in this game, that is a crap call. That is kind of trash. Minute 32 to go. 1st and 10. Beck back to pass. No pressure this time. Checks it down. Gets it to the running back. That's another 1st down. Stops the clock. They're going to try to go fast here. $123. Here comes pressure. Looks. Beck's got time. Hey, wants to fire it over the middle, and it is caught. What a nice grab. Tony holds on to that. 1:09 to go. Oh, my gosh. It's going to come down to the last second. No timeouts. Fires it to the edge. Caught. And he does not get out of bounds. But it does stop the clock to move the chains. Indiana burns their final timeout. Both teams are on the field. 51 seconds to go. Everybody's on edge. What a national championship game. What's a mommy? Can somebody tell me what is a mommy? $51 seconds to go. This is it right here. Cignetti uses his timeout to kind of get his defense back centered in and back focused to play these last couple plays here. We do know that Beck is going to have a chance to win this game. Poncho says he's scared. I'm scared too. Hurricane fans are praying. Hoosier fans are praying. Everybody's praying to get this thing done and get a win. Ball's on the 41. Beck's back to pass. Look, fires it deep down to the left side. And it's picked up. Indiana got the interception, and he goes down to one knee. Beck underthrows his wide receiver. Sharp gets the pick. Indiana will be national champions on an underthrown ball by Carson Beck to a wide open receiver. But wait, there's effing laundry on the field. There is a flag. Alex says, Beck's a Raider confirmed. What is the penalty flag? Cignetti does not look happy. It's over. It's unsportsmanlike conduct after the play. Beck is disheartened over there. I want to watch this play again. He's got single coverage, or what it looks to be. The safety's in the middle of the field. The safety does not. Oh, he goes right into that place. So yeah, it's the corner knows that the safety's over the top, so he just lays back and just plays center field. But the ball was grossly underthrown. Second down. Play clock is going to expire. Angie says, I'm wrong. I will not fall asleep till 4 a.m. F it. I may not sleep all night tonight. As Indiana has completed a perfect season, Indiana is going to get their first national championship. Curt Cignetti's 2. And that's it right there. Mendoza goes down, leans forward, no safety. And that is it. Indiana finally gets a national championship in college football. Curt Cignetti smiles. And Indiana's completed it 16-0, 27-21 final over the Miami Hurricanes. Let's effing go, Fernando Mendoza. This might be the highlight of your life as you will be in Las Vegas next year. Sorry, Pancho. Finally got something. Miami put on the best fight that you could have imagined. Let's go. Let's go. Carson Beck is off the field. Pancho says, that's my franchise quarterback. Just remember, Pancho, you got to get the right coaches. First turnover of the game ends the game, honestly. There you go, Kurt. Hell yeah, he's happy for the fans. Exactly. Yeah, no doubt. At least one of my loves can bring me a smile. One of my love teams. What a great night to hang out in here. I'm glad those of you that did hang out did. It's super important to me. Glad to have it. Glad to have something go my way in the world of football. Curt Cignetti is my savior. Fernando Mendoza did a great job. And 27-2 in 2 years for Coach Sig. I hope he stays. NFL teams, stay the F away from my coach. I'm ready for Fernando's speech. Don't care. He sounds like an anime character. Thank you, Angie. I appreciate you. Yeah, I know Six said he's not an NFL guy. What's up, JB? You did, George or Mark. I agree. It's definitely one of those days that I will not have much time to ever forget this, because it's the highest it can get for me right now. It is so hard to win one of these, especially at Indiana. Coach Cristobal still on the field. Miami played a really solid game today. A blocked punt and an interception to end it. Yeah, JB, Indiana warmed you up. Oh, we got to read that. I saw a post a few minutes ago that says he looks like he makes his animal crackers fight each other before he eats them, and I'm here for it. Too true, too true. Alex, earlier I was saying that Coach Signetti on the sideline with his hand on his hip reminds me of the Grinch. Mendoza should retire from football and go straight into politics. Well, he's got that in him, but I would rather watch him play football. Oh, bro, I'm about ready. I could probably cry if I really wanted to right now. Stoked to see this happen. Poncho, congratulations. I know that he's a great guy, great quarterback. Hopefully he doesn't get beat to death in the NFL, and hopefully he does you well. You got to get the right coach. You guys are all awesome tonight for hanging out. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's been a deal. But let's not forget that Fernando just said that there's 2 first-round picks on that defensive line, and Miami's defensive line played like it. Look at that. All right, y'all. Alex says Mendoza's a future Jet. She feels bad for him. They're rocking in Bloomington right now in Assembly Hall. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Signetti's just back to being himself. All right, folks. We'll see if I'm going to make it into game. I might just sit here and bask in this for a little while. But much love to every last one of you in the chat today. Thank you for hanging out with me, sharing it with me today. To our Hurricane fans that are in here, great game. You guys played well. Thank you for being respectful and honest and having a good time. Everybody else, much love and good night. Go Hoosiers.